That would be better. Hotep Senuhena Senut Itiren Ishakandugukemet. I hope you're doing well. The title of this video is Amen Ra comes from India, according to a pseudo Hebrew Israelite. I'm going to share invite link. So if somebody wants to get on the panel, it is then possible. Just a few seconds. Done. Some stuff you have to hear it to believe it. And sometimes when you don't document some exchanges, we have people who say, no, I didn't say that. I never said that. Prove that I said that. So without any further ado, now this live stream is still going on right now. I'm going to share the title and the link. It's on Saneta Studios. The link in the chat so you can take that video in your own time. Shout out to Saneta. You see, you have it in the chat. Jabari, if by any chance you listen to this video, try to email you. I got an error message, so I sent you a text message on your mobile phone. That's on your website. I don't know if it has changed ever since or if it is still the same. But if anybody knows Jabari, please give him my email address. There it is. You have it in the chat. Just make sure that you copy and paste it because that would avoid any mistakes. So I gave you the link, and now I'm going to play the exchange that we had, me and a pseudo Hebrew Israelite. And you can hear that claim that Amen Ra comes from India, and you you just have to see it. I'm going to mute my mic.
Deuteronomy 28, I already beat that up. It's garbage. I hope y'all wake up, man, and stop disrespecting the mother. I'm gone.
All right, can I respond with another? I see y'all keep y'all want to keep standing up with these goddamn lies. No problem. You're gonna get that. You're gonna keep getting it. Can I share my screen so I can knock out that whack ass Kumo? These niggas coming with. Nigga, cut it out, bro. Let's go. This is why Judah Naz is the baddest man. Come on, bro. Hold on.
I'm waiting to see this, man. Yo, Si, I need a debate with Judah Nash, man.
Oh yeah, you about to? Oh, don't worry.
Yeah, I want to smoke his boost, man.
I ain't never scared.
All right, you can do that.
You ain't never, nigga. Why would I ever care? Dr. Ben was a Freemason, so yes, he did in fact promote Judaism because they're the one who started that. Jewish people and Christians in the 1700s. He tried to put a spin on it and call it the craft of Amen Ra. Amen Ra is not even an original Egyptian god. He comes from India. That's right. Go look it up. They already beat up Jabari on this. We already went through this.
Hold on, bro. You quoting a YouTube title right now. That's what I want you to know. Are you quoting a YouTube title?
Okay. So Dr. Ben didn't start a thing called the craft of Amen Ra.
Are you currently quoting a YouTube
is that a yes
title?
Or no, sir?
I just want to make sure. I just want to read. Make sure I'm reading what you read. You said it's Facebook and YouTube.
Sir, I'm very familiar with Dr. Ben.
The goalpost. You're moving it.
No, sir, listen. I know it hurts, but I told you. You don't get your head clapped off fucking with me. I'm just the best.
Just scroll back down so we can read what you're reading.
All right. So Dr. Ben created a pseudo-Masonic thing called the craft of Amen Ra. This is why he forsook the Torah and got into that bullshit. That's why. First off, Egypt didn't have no goddamn spirit, a mystery system. They just worship Pharaoh and penis. That's it. And I'm talking about modern Freemasonry. It was started in England. He was up talking to Prince Hall Masons. It's a fact. You can pull it up on YouTube. Him talking about he's a 360-degree Egyptian Mason of Amen-Ra, which is not even an original Egyptian god. Let's keep it going real quick.
Can you source that up, please? Can you source the Amen-Ra comes from India? You said Amen-Ra comes from India. Can you source that up?
Man, okay. All right. Let's pull up the Ogdo. Hold on. Let's pull this up.
And
man, you trying to get me off the thing? No, you
don't let him run from his source. He pulled this up and didn't have no source.
He made that up.
All right, okay.
Yeah, he had no source for his initial point.
All right, watch this. I'm gonna clap him. I'm gonna clap you too. Watch this. Okay, told you. You gotta stop lying, bro. Actually, no, keep lying. I'm gonna keep clapping. Let's pull this down. Hold on.
He just made that up. That's all.
Oh, I just made that up. Shaka, fake Hotep dude. Where's Amen-Ra? Here's Atum, Shu Tefnut.
Where's your source, brother? There's no name. There's no artifact. You just made that up, brother.
All right, hold on. You got to let him talk. Let him talk.
He's mad because he's over here lying. Where's Amen-Ra over here? He's not. He's not here. He was imported. Cut it out, bro. Y'all come in with this fake Egyptian shit. I've been in this shit, and I threw it in the trash. It's garbage. Now, here's a book. You guys can get this book. It's an old book. You can see it's written in the old English. I wish I could make it a little bit bigger. Look it up. It's called Modern Africa in General. I forgot the author. I'm trying to find the author's name.
That's right, Judah. Fight back, man. Come on. You're the only one fighting back, man.
I'm killing these dudes.
There you go. Swing back, Judah.
He just whack.
Brother, you're so
they're not even
it's
pseudo.
embarrassing.
With that old outdated Kumo D shit.
You put up a chart with no name, no data. It's written in Kemet. We never worship penises. You're so pseudo, brother. You need to step your game up.
Wait a minute. What? Okay. Wait. Sir, why do you first off, just because you keep interrupting me, now I'm going to beat you up and show you was worshiping penises. All right? Cut it out, bro. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm Judah Nazareth. The Hotep smacker. I smacked the mascara off you niggas. Cut it out, bro.
Yeah, but I was asking you to source up Amen-Ra coming from
Egyptian
India.
phallic worship. Okay, well, we're going to look at it. Egyptian phallic worship.
White man philosophical view worship.
Okay. Cut it out, bro. Yeah, okay.
Google scholarship.
Okay. Since you're trying to get me off my thing. You see this here? Okay. Google, you goddamn right. Y'all niggas like graffiti? Well, nigga, let's look at y'all niggas goddamn graffiti. What's up with y'all guys with the wieners out? Okay, bro, knock it off, bro. Who you think you talking to? I'm Judah Nas.
What's up with the rabbis putting their mouth on penises of children after?
All right, come on, y'all. Let's not get it messy. Come on. You don't understand what that's talking about, Judah.
Man, look. What? I'm telling the truth. They mad.
No, but you don't understand the science of that. Hurry up so we can bring on the elder, man.
So that's the exchange. Or probably somebody somewhere will say, oh, he took him out of context. That's not what he meant to say. I asked him to source up his claim of Amen-Ra coming from India. And this is what he put on the screen. And I told him that he's so pseudo. It's embarrassing. That's the best the Hebrew-Israelites can do. Having people like that representing them. Now, if I see somebody representing for Kemet being that pseudo, I'll be embarrassed. So this is scholarship. And like I've seen in comments and on the chat, when I went on Saneta's platform, some of these deranged individuals might say, well, he needs to prove that he didn't come from India. Like the burden of proof is on me. He's the one who made the claim that Amen-Ra comes from India. I mean, Not long ago, I told you that over the years, I heard so many things, and I feel like I heard it all. But every now and then, you have some new jewels. And that was a new one. That was new. I never heard that claim in my life ever. And if you go back, you can listen. I ask him if you can source it up, and I ask which scholar says that. Ladies and gentlemen, are you aware of any scholar who said that Amen Ra comes from India? Is it surprising then that some people are doing cultural appropriation? As we have seen, they put up sources talking about black people who happen to practice the Jewish religion, therefore labeled Jews, not Israelites. They did not show us scholars saying that um, black people are descendants from one of the 12 tribes of Israel, or whatever you, however you want to call it. I have shown white Canaanites, white inhabitants of Canaan and other parts of the Levant, the Near East, and so on. So I told you, brothers and sisters, this is another testimony to the fact that Hebrew Israelites are on survival mode to the point where they are making crazy claims. And of course, it's not all Hebrew Israelites, but we have an example here. And I told the brother that he needs to step his game up. And now, since he has claimed that just a little while ago, my advice to him is to just state for the record that he made a mistake, or if he doesn't want to say he was wrong, because some people's ego is just so large, so big, that saying that they were wrong, it's almost as it will kill them. As a matter of fact, on both Sinators videos where I appeared, I went in the comment and stated I made a mistake here. I made a mistake there. I did it on each videos. Left a comment to say I made a mistake. The first mistake is the Hebrew guy said Assyrians, and later on I said Persians. He didn't say Persians, he said Assyrians. Then the second video, I talked about Dr. Theophilo Benga, who proposed Neo Egyptian instead of saying Negro Egyptian. I was wrong. I made a mistake. It's not the end of the world. Nothing to be ashamed about. So that would be wise for him to recant on his statement, which is obviously pseudo, and this way he doesn't have to carry that burden. He doesn't have to carry that load of being the originator of one of the most pseudo claims ever heard, not only in the history of the so-called cautious community, but in the history of mankind. And you know what's amusing too is that I forgot which quote I've made, but I quoted one of those pseudo claims like I have over the past. And actually, I'm going to give you some examples. You know, let me give you the examples now. Well, actually, I will give you the examples right after. But I quoted one of the pseudo claims, and I said, and I'm paraphrasing. It's like me saying that Prophet Muhammad was European, or that, and then I gave another example of another historical person. And then I said, maybe somebody from Asia, and I said he comes from South America. But some of you might remember that, you know. But here are examples of just pseudo claims coming from so-called scholars. So
Allah, and this is where I would disagree with Brother Shaka, is actually in the Egyptian text.
Allah is in the Egyptian text.
The god Allah is an indigenous African god.
The God Allah is an indigenous African God.
Hebrews, saying come from and who they are specifically, because based upon my research, these are African people.
Hebrews are African people.
This is how we know that the Hebrews, first of all, you got to understand that Hebrew is an African language.
Hebrew is an African language.
Then when you do a linguistic analysis, you understand that the Hebrew language is cognate with the Yoruba language.
The Hebrew language is cognate with the Yoruba language.
Fly in English is the same word, except we don't have the prefix sound in there in the word fly. And so the word, the phoneme R is now L in English, and the P sound is F, in English. It's just simply the word. It's a very old word. It's all the Indo-European is in every African language.
The English word fly comes from the Medunecher or hieroglyphic word Kheper, that some pronounce Keper. Here's another pseudo claim.
So, but why is the Hebrew? I don't talk about the NOI, but I talk about the Black Hebrew Israelites because, all right, my mom is a history teacher. Okay. I love history. I have a bachelor's degree in history. Okay. So history is
Garfield, and I see you, Pan-African James. I'm going to put you on in a few seconds. Garfield stated live on air during a public conversation, a public live stream on Doggy Diamond's channel, that he has a bachelor's degree in history, and because he has failed to produce it, he is now having a nervous/mental breakdown. He's no longer answering Senator's call. He's crying in the car. And now I can add this new claim, this new pseudo claim that Amen-Ra comes from India. Pan-African James, Hotep and E. You're muted, brother.
Peace, brother Shaka. What's going on with you, man? Long time no see.
Yeah, it's been a minute,
Yeah,
but I've seen you in the comments in the chat.
I see you've been on the circuit lately.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How's life treating you, brother?
Making your rounds, brother.
Yes.
Kind of proud of you. You upholding the name of the channel very well. My eye forever. Keeping people true to the history. So man, I mean, yeah, I couldn't be more delighted right now.
Yeah, and there's a few people who are not happy because they were so used to just quoting the Bible, or quoting weak sources, so-called sources, or just really making statements like we've heard about the slavery, chattel slavery, inhuman treatment, human rights violation. Now it's as if when people invade your land and you fight them off, you have to treat them like royalty. You have to put them in 5-star hotel, and then people will say, okay, they didn't commit any human rights violation. But if you put a smackdown on them, you kick them out, you put them into forced labor as punishment. Oh my God.
You know what though, Shaka? I think we doing a poor job of displaying the history as well, though. You know what I'm saying? We need to do a better job of laying these arguments out to where it'll just be unrefutable, because like timestamps matter. You know what I mean? So when you even start talking about some Canaanites, you talking like 1600 years after the foundation of this civilization, and that's being generous in the time frame from when these people even come on the scene. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I don't even, I watched Sinetta tonight, and it was just, I look like you just woke up, but it's just like, man, this is just going to be a perpetual argument of, nothingness if we don't do something about this fast. You know what I'm saying?
Well, personally, what I would like to do is continue teaching the Medu lecture because Sareda has said that the part two will be a pay-per-view, and that's what I emailed him about. But he said he did not receive my email, so I sent it again. I don't know if you had it. So that's really what I'm looking to do, because at the end of the day, it is obvious that most people who are into a religion will remain into it, and people have the right to practice any religion they want. My only issue, like I stated before, is people who are doing cultural appropriation, because as you have seen earlier, they put up sources who talk about black Jews, and a black Jew is just a person that practices Judaism. We don't see scholars claiming that black people are descendants of the 12 tribes of Israel, or any of the tribes of Israel. So indeed, you will find some black people in different African countries uh, who will claim to be descended from such and such tribe, but it's just a claim of theirs. Just like we have some black people who are Muslims, and they say, well, the Arabs of the 7th century were black and Prophet Muhammad was black. It's easy to make a claim, but scientifically, is there even any evidence for that?
Yeah, I noticed that and that's one thing that I take I think that you do a great job on is holding people to the standards of documentation, primaries. You know what I'm saying? Because I noticed that when they were trying to make the argument of slavery, you kept asking for some documentation, and they just kept talking. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, I think I was in the like, hold on, let me go
Hmm.
get
Brother, I'm
that
sorry, you're breaking up. You're breaking
after
up.
that whole time.
Mm. Can you just repeat, because you were breaking up the whole time?
Yeah, what I was saying was,
Okay.
oh, okay, I thought you could hear me. Well,
Now,
when you
now
were
I can hear
asking
you,
for
but
a primary on yeah, hold on, maybe if I pull my mic
yeah,
up
now,
close,
now I
can you
can
hear
hear you,
me?
brother. It was breaking up for a while, but now I can hear you fine.
Okay, well, what I was saying was, on the show, you were asking for a primary for the Canaanites, or the enslavement, I believe. And Reggie was saying that he had some sort of a primary, but it wasn't what he was saying when what he did read was only from it was due from invasion. But you know what I'm saying? If you just pin people down on the time period and let them know what's happening. But you know what I noticed what they did when we do that, they start to act like they're ignorant of what you're saying. Like they can't like okay, like you might as well just start speaking French to them. You know what I'm saying? Because they act like they can't understand when you give them, clear, simplistic answers as to why things are happening in that time period. And then you giving them a proximity of how long this civilization, the pyramids had been built. You're giving them a time, but they don't want to understand that. Well, what did you say, brother? Could you repeat that? And then you have to go back see. So it's like a tactic. You know what? For me, I really don't want to play that type of a game. I don't even want to talk to people that doesn't have the right information at this point, because it seems to me like they're playing, and I don't have time to play. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying?
Yes, and indeed, you mentioned that Reggie stated that he will show some source, and because I was like, okay, I'm waiting for that, and ultimately, so many things were said, and then he started showing something else. So I told him, is it slavery? He said, I said, honestly, I'm not interested. But towards the end, he said, okay, I'm gonna, show some source, but then decided to close that. But for those who wonder, because I read later on, I read the comments in the chat, and I read also um, the comments on the video, and people were like, "Oh, Reggie was about to show it." Well, for those who wonder, you can go on Smash Rockwell's YouTube channel, and you will see that they had a discussion. And indeed, like Brother Pan African James said, um, Reggie did not pull up any source about slavery, but indeed about, enslavement, punishment, ultimately forced labor, but not slavery. So, and by the way, I just want to say for the record, the Reggie that I heard, uh, not that time, but the time, the second my second appearance as a guest on Sanetta Studios, where I basically gave a Medunetta lesson. That's a Reggie that I like. It's a different one.
Right. Yeah, I think you know what, but I think it was because from a communal effort with you spearheading the way. I think we might be trying to. I mean, through embarrassment, maybe he may be able, to be honest in his assessment because we're not crazy. We're all intelligent
Hmm.
humans, and we can dictate when something's off about someone. It's nothing. It's not a harsh analysis. It's just something. When you hold people to a certain standard, you expect certain things. You know what I'm saying? I I mean, it's kind of funny how your approach. You know what I'm saying? Because but
I
it's
have many
warranted.
nicknames.
Yeah. But hold on, it's warranted. When you do it like that because it shames him into being right. I don't think that you're really trying to be malice, but he's wrong. And this is not the first time that he's done that. He did that with SETI, and he's done that. This is like the third strike. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
As far as him,
yeah.
I think it was Kemen on. I forget what else he did, but he's done about two other
Sanet,
things prior.
yes,
Even
Sanet
even
mentioned it.
JJ 7000 knows exactly what Reggie did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He
but
got it
Sanet,
all in his head.
yes, Saneda spoke on it, but I forgot which example it is because after said it, indeed, there was another example, and Saneda stated
Uh-huh.
publicly during one of his live stream. People told me he did that, like gave information to some Hebrews, something like that, to
Yeah.
some, yeah, and then he said, no, I didn't believe it. And then later on, I forgot if Saneda said that Reggie admitted it, but basically, I mean, people, I don't know if I have it somewhere. Maybe I played it. I probably played it actually. I probably
Right.
played Saneda talking about that, but I forgot the title of my video. But that was then, that was the past, and I don't expect Reggie to just leave Garfield like that. I think he's gonna go all the way with Garfield, at least until the debate, because he invested himself and his time. But hopefully, once that debate is done on December 24th, then hopefully from now on, Reggie will just be more fair, because he has a right to criticize Kemetic people. I criticize some Kemetic people at times as well. He has a
Yeah.
right to. But there was several cases of double standards. But once again, the Reggie that I spoke to the last time that I heard, I like that Reggie. I really like that one. That I hope I can hear more of that Reggie.
Right, correct. But let me ask you a question because I seen that you had when the Canaanite issue came up, you classified the people as non-African. That's a
Yes.
cleaner way to say that, right?
Well, non-black, I would say. I would say non-black because
Okay, but
obviously,
okay, so hold
yes.
on.
Hmm.
And when you say non-black, what
Hmm.
does that mean?
Because if I say non-African, then some people might say, well, it's obvious Canaan is in Asia, so of course they would not be African. It's just like when many people in America like to say European
Yeah.
instead of saying white. So that's the reason why I say non-black
Okay. Okay, I
rather
got
than
it.
say
But
non-African. Yes.
okay, now so what you're doing is you're going to say non-black versus what?
Versus
What are,
white,
what
white
are the
skin,
other
or
what are the
yeah,
other people that's
versus
non-black? What are those people?
well, white,
And why are
and
they
when I say
non?
white,
Hold on, I'm just asking you questions because these are the questions that these people ask us, and I've been trying to come up with a clean way to just cut that off because they act like that it's no such thing as a color anymore. You see what I'm saying? Have you been
yes,
noticing this?
I've heard that. I've heard that. And as a matter of fact, Doctor LaRoche. you know, who represents for Kemet. You know, I've shown that. I don't know if you had a chance to see it, but in our brief discussion, we were not in agreement, and I was hoping that maybe he would not feel, you know, um, salty, you know, because unfortunately, many times when you speak with people and you don't agree with them, like there's a sister. I don't think I even need to say her name, but she's obviously salty and she's trying to find, she's trying to be nitpicking, you know. But do you know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so when we spoke, he said, "Well, you know, race is a social construct," and I've been hearing these things for years. So what I mean by white, I mean I mean Caucasian, you know. So or
But
Caucas,
hold up, Shaka. This is
yes.
what I'm saying.
Hmm.
They've thrown that word in the gutter. It ain't no such thing as occasion.
Well, in America, they use the term
See what I'm saying?
Caucasian.
This,
They say Caucasian male.
yeah, I know this, Shaka, but I'm just saying this is the type of stuff that uncles and them is saying now, and it's
What
throwing me off.
what is
But you
Unc
know, I
saying?
noticed that you're more so that it ain't no such thing as race and all of this type of stuff. So I'm trying
Well,
to figure out what are they talking about
well,
when we deal with this on a daily basis in
mm,
this, especially in America.
but I understand if people say there's no such thing as race, that we are all human beings. To me, it's kind of strange and funny, and I think it's convenient because when we look at history, there was a race for so long. We were enslaved. There was a race clearly. They had laws regarding race, like the Black Code. You know, for French, it was a law. You know, we say le Code Noir is a Black Code. You know, codifying slavery, and enslaved
Right.
Africans or enslaved Black people were kind of considered like property, like furnitures, you know. And after all that is done, oh no, there's no such thing as race. Okay, I'm like, okay, but that's why I say Caucasian, And when I say Caucasian, of course, I don't mean someone directly or immediately, an immediate person that originates from the Caucasus Mountain. But we have the term Caucasoid. Like when you hear Negroid, that's a scientific term that was used, during the time of Diop. Diop used that term. As a matter of fact,
Okay,
yes.
but the thing is, Shaka, they saying they've evolved past those terms. So what terms do you use in this day and age? You
Well,
see what I'm
usually we
saying?
all usually, uh, in general, at least in America, um, people use the term white. But the mind trick that they are trying to do is that when we say white, it's as if it's a person that has the skin tone of a Russian or someone from Ukraine or Sweden, the northern part of Europe where they are typically paler, you know.
Correct.
So they like to act like, like for example, when they talk about the inhabitants of Israel or Canaan, they like to say, oh, he wasn't. Many people say that, even black Muslims, like if they talk about Prophet Muhammad, they say, oh, he wasn't black, he wasn't white. What they mean when they say he wasn't white is that, he didn't have the same skin tone as somebody from Denmark. Um, but it's no brainer. It's not, I mean, the climate is not the same. And even somebody got it wrong. He came on a platform and said, oh, you guys said that the sun makes you black. We never said that. It was a misunderstanding. And I hope he realized it later on. So um the fact that somebody is not extremely pale doesn't make him black, you know, or negroid,
Let
if
me
they want to
watch
use
this.
that
Watch this,
term.
Shaka. Check this out.
Mm-hmm.
Check this out. So this is the type of question that you got to really just be paying attention to. So they said that Homo sapiens once had hair, and then we lost our hair because we was in the sun or something, right? But why chimpanzees still have hair and gorillas? Why they didn't lose their hair? See what I'm saying? They've
Well,
been
that
around
that
just as long as us. But so see,
mm,
it's just crazy when you start asking serious type questions like that. So
mm.
and then you have something going on in the northern part of this world. You can have people that been on the continent of Africa for a certain amount of time, like what we call Berbers, but I say that those are more Arab type people, right? To me,
Well, not Arab type, but they are white skinned. You know, now some of them, of course, are have a tan in comparison to North Americans, or people from the north of Europe. You know, but
okay. Now hold on,
yes.
Shaka. How did they get white right? If they've been in Africa if they've been in Africa as these people are saying, how did
Well,
they get white?
I don't exactly know how long they've been in Africa, but they've been there for quite some time. The Berbers, because they were conquered by the Arabs. They were not speaking Arabic in the first place. They had different Berber type of language, Amazigh and so on, and so they were not practicing Islam until the Islamic invasion. So then they started identifying as Arabs, and now the Arabic is their their main language, except a few people who resisted. So the elder generation know that they are not Arabs. The younger generation, they describe themselves as Arab, and most people, like for example in France, because there's many of them here, so we see them, we know them. In America, there's a lot less. But for those who don't know Algeria,
Right.
and people just do this, go on YouTube, type in Algerians, type in Algeria, and look at their phenotype. It's clear. Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco. What's the other one? There's another one, but it escapes me. You know, they are white skinned people. They are not black. Even though it's North Africa, that's why that region is called the Maghreb. I mean, that's what it is called the Maghreb. That's a distinction. The northern part of Africa. Now in Morocco, you do have some people who actually look black. Some of them. And many of the female,
Correct.
you can see their hair is not straight all the way. You can obviously tell that there was some admixture, and this is probably during that time of the Islamic invasion or conquering of Europe. But this is Islamic. It's done by Muslims, and there was some. I'm sorry, there were some black people. It is a reality, but it was not black people who were ruling. And as a matter of fact, I was asking Lola, and I've been asking people, show me the black Moorish rulers who, sorry, show me the black Moors who ruled Europe, because we have so many paintings of Moorish people or paintings during that era. How come nobody cared to just make paintings of those rulers? You know, and Dodaba even mentioned Golden Age of the Golden Age of the Moor, the book by of course edited by Avon van Sertima. And everybody, if you don't have to read that book. I mean, what I mean is just to understand what I mean. Just look at the paintings, the depictions of the Moors. Sometimes you might see like the two guys playing chess. They are both black, yes. But when you see like a Moorish army or an army of people labeled as Moors, you will see that the majority of them are white, and you have a few black people. So that's why I made the analogy with the United States Army. You have some black people in the U.S. Army, but I'm not going to take a picture of just the black soldiers or the black unit that happens to be mainly of black people or completely of black people, and then say, well, you see, black people invaded Iraq, black people invaded Afghanistan. No, but yeah, I don't want to be too long-winded with that.
No, that was a great breakdown, because a lot of people, and even you've been kind of honing in on that lately. You're, like I said, you're a stickler for trying to get primary information is a great standard, and it's a standard that was set by the elders and the ancestors, like Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben. So it's refreshing to see, that really being pushed on a hard line right now, because I think it's definitely needed. But like I said, when you were dealing with the Canaanites and you were asking them to show a black Canaanite, that was a great way of getting that dispelled um through primaries. But like I said, it's kind of hard to pin these people down on that. But if it's some kind of way, do you have what I wanted to ask, do you have like a folder full of people that from that time period that people can look at,
A folder, even of images of depictions, right?
Yeah, from like that
Yes,
time
yes.
period of
What?
Canaanite people.
Yeah, yes, yes. Well,
Have you
actually,
have you ever found anyone that was what you could consider black or African?
no, I haven't found any depiction of people that might look African. And I want to just before I get to that point, the good brother Dr. LaRoche talked about the Olmec heads, and I've been saying for a long time that I'm not convinced that the Olmec heads depict black people. And like once again, you have the movie Hobbs and Shaw, and so you have The Rock and Jason Statham. So you see the family members of The Rock, people who are, I don't want to say oceanic, but uh, people of the that have the phenotype of individuals that live in Hawaii, in this kind of the Samoan people. If you look at, their nose will be broader than a average European or Caucasian. Their lips also will be fuller than the average European or North American. So if you were to, use some sort of plaster, and put it on their face, and then you look at the plaster or the mold, then obviously the lips will be wider. The lips will be fuller, the nose will be wider, and some people might think, okay, this is a black person. Now I said I'm not convinced those the Olmec heads show black people. That's what I'm saying. Now that being said, um, have you had a chance to see the video White Semites Black Awakening for the Pan
You
African
said
Champ?
white Semites black awakening.
Yes, yes.
Can you hear me? You said
Yes, I
black
can hear you.
Semites white awakening. I
Yes.
was
Let,
asking
let
for
me
the title. You said black Semites white awakening.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is
White
that the
Semites Black
title?
Awakening. I made a mistake. White Semites Black
Okay,
Awakening.
white
Let
Semites
me show you,
black.
brother. Yes, let me show you. Hold
Okay,
on. I was sharing already, and many times I talk about this video. Now, so that's our live stream here, right? So every time I upload a video, I have the same links. So first I have my email address, and I'll clarify it's for Medu Nature lessons only. Then there's a Cash App. Then there's a PayPal. Then there's Kemet and Ma'ad. So this is really the number one video that I recommend that people watch. And there's a link to Prophet Muhammad's scholar according to Islamic sources. Then there's Deception of Asiatic Black Men. And here, White Semites, Black Awakening. So I'm going to share the link in the chat. And in that video, I went to the French National Library and I pulled up several books. So I can unshare now. I pulled several books. I used several books showing depictions, artifacts of individuals from Canaan, from Arabia, from Mesopotamia, Sumer, and all these areas. And I showed consistently that those people had the white or Caucasian phenotype, you know. And on top of that, of course, over the years, I've been going to many museums, and I've been showing or sharing the ancient Egyptian section for the most part. But whenever they had some artifacts from Asia, then I showed to the people. Like there's one that I want to show. Now I just want to put the title here. The reason why I made a mistake is because I have another video called Black Semite Shocking Revelation. As a matter of fact, I'm going to share it as well. So you see here, I've shared White Semites Black Awakening. It's only 45 minutes long. Now,
right.
then I want to
I've
show. I want to
already
show.
opened it up so I can check it out
All right.
later.
Yes. And
Full
and
of, but I already know it's
but
going. I'm laughing because I already know I asked you for this, and you came right with the information quick. You
yeah.
like, man, I've been trying to track these folks down for years. So
Oh yes, yes.
you so confident that you could see the confidence in when you ask these questions.
Mm-hmm.
But you already done this for years. I've done it for years too. But I just it's just like I don't have time to play around. You know what I'm saying, Shaka? But
I
you
understand.
like 40 years old. I
Yeah.
think I learned about this information probably about 12, 13 years ago. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So I've been studying for 30 years solid. But I learned of you about 11 years ago when you had the Shaka Indu Kemet Afro Style page. And
Mm-hmm.
you were doing the museum stuff and you were doing the metal nature. and then you were challenging somebody. You had a major beef with somebody at that time, and I
Was it
forgot
Wesley
who it
Mohammed?
was.
Dr. Wesley Mohammed, was it? What year did you say was 2011?
Yes.
If it was 2011, I would say it was Dr. Wesley Mohammed about his claim of the black Arabs.
Yeah,
Uh,
you had a major beef with somebody, and you were trying to get that going, but I don't know what happened. Then you just dropped off the face of the earth for about 6-7 years.
they deleted my account.
Oh, okay, that's what happened.
Yeah, I first had, you see, that's my website's address in the middle.
Right.
So if people, and I have the link also, at the bottom of all my videos, I have the same links, and I usually tell people, check out White Semite's Black Awakening. I've shared, by the way, the other video, which is shorter, Black Semite Shocking Revelation. And as a matter of fact, you know what? Um, I will
Can people
yeah,
see
yeah.
that?
I will show. I will show one thing here. I will
Oh, okay.
show. I'm gonna share it. So, oh no, I have
Yeah,
to go
you
to the
you
chat.
you cut off all interaction with the people. What happened?
No, oh yeah, yeah. Now this is my website address here.
Yeah, I
That
see
was
that.
my first account, Afro Styly, AFROSTYLY on YouTube. It was deleted. Now, I don't recall why it was deleted the first time. But I will grab videos here and there, and so maybe it's because of copyright issues, but I don't remember. Then I had Afro Styly with two Y's at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was, the Abrahamic believers, the Moors and all that. They will flag my videos, and my account will be lost. Then I had Afro Styly with three Y's flagged. And the one with three Y's at the end, and another one was spelled I Styly, like the iPhone. I've put an I instead of an A at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was trying to keep names close to the initial name so people will find me.
Right.
Is that guy Ishmael Allah, who was part of the Amen Ra squad? He's the one and his friend who's been flagging my videos because the coincidence is that the video where I addressed him, that's the ones that he used to flag, and ultimately I lost my account. And within like a week, I lost the Afro Styly with the three Y's at the end, and the I Fro Styly one had 4,000 subscribers. The other one had 3,000 subscribers. So within like a week, a few days, I lost 7,000 subscribers. Then I came back with history, not mystery, all in one word, flagged again. Then I came up with Egypt decoded. That one lasted for a while, and I had 9,000 subscribers. My main video that is called now Kemet Emad, that really is introduction to Kemet, it had 300,000 views. And in 2016, terminated after the flagging campaign. But this time it was more due to French Pan Africans, those guys who defend rapists and pedophiles. So, and then I came up with Ma'at Forever. So, so I did not really disappear, but people will not see my account anymore. They will look for me. They will probably type Afro Styly or Shakandugu Kemet. I have actually an account called Shakandugu Kemet, but I probably have more French speaking videos there. And then people thought that I had disappeared, or I was there, and that's why every now and then people say, "Oh man, I'm glad I found you again. I'm glad you're still doing your thing," because obviously people are subscribed to your channel disappears, so how would they know about you? That's a sad story.
Have
But
you ever thought about hashtagging? Have you ever thought about hashtagging your old thing on some of your videos?
well,
Like
I've
hashtagging Afro Styly, so maybe people can.
well, at this point no longer, because that's a long time ago. But it was real sad in 2016 when I had to start from scratch. But because
Yeah, you breaking
I mean,
Shah.
yeah, go ahead, brother, go ahead. Can you hear me, brother?
It's kind of breaking up. You wailing friends. I can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. And here, for example,
Oh, okay.
this one is the shorter video. How long is it? It's 8 minute 30. 8 minutes long. This one is a video called Black Semite Shocking Revelation. And here, you can see the British Museum reference. See, AN 35 667 2001. It's dated circa. Circa means around. For those who don't know,
Hold on,
1400. Yes,
slow
go ahead,
down,
brother.
because
Yes.
you got to slow down because it's breaking up. I don't know if it's
It's
just
breaking
breaking
again.
up on my end or is it breaking
Oh
up in the
well, no,
audio.
it
Well,
happens
it
sometimes. It
kind of
happens
did.
sometimes. Yeah, it happens sometimes. So is it okay now,
Okay,
or is it still breaking up now? Is it still breaking up?
now I can hear you fine.
You can hear me fine. Okay.
No, I can hear you
Sometimes
fine
it
now.
happens, unfortunately. Yeah. Okay. So here you have the British Museum number in red. I even have the
Right.
link at the bottom. It shows if I press play. You see, but if I press stop, it's probably not going to be well. But we have the date 1400 BC. See, 1400 BC, roughly, because circa means around. So it's a part of a painted tomb wall made of stone, and it's a scene of Asiatic tribute bearers in two registers. So this was excavated from the tomb of Sobek Hotep. All right, so that's obviously, and that's Upper Egypt. That's from his tomb. So those are Asiatic, and some people might even argue, okay, those are black folks because they kind of have a tan, and that one there is the darkest,
Yeah,
and we
he
have
is pretty dark.
yes, and we have depictions of Libyans who are quite dark, but there's not many. So if you're familiar with the depictions of foreigners from the tomb of Kemet, you will see that this is the what is sometimes described as a mushroom hairstyle, and they typically have a band, and they usually have a beard as well. So in the Beni Hassan painting, and actually I'm going to put it up, Beni Hassan, and I will put okay, I'll put
And Shaka,
Canaanites.
who are these
Yes.
people? Who were those people supposed to be? The Canaanites? The
Well,
people you just showed?
the one that I just showed, they are described as Asiatics. You see?
Okay.
Now, those here, they well, I think I need to show so people can understand. Uh, I will do okay. I will go back and so people can see why I say that they are Canaanites. So I'm going to go to White Semites Black Awakening. Okay, there's the advert, so I'm gonna wait until I skip it. Okay, so that's the video White Semites Black Awakening. And you see here, by the way, this is from Leiden Museum, and we don't have the color here, but we can see the mushroom hairstyle, and you see the beard. So this is when you see them on the walls and depictions on carvings, you know that those are Asiatics. But anyway, I think I have to go back a little bit. Yeah, you see here, that book is the Oxford Encyclopedia of Archaeology in the Near East. See,
Correct.
and we see who is the editor. Is Eric M. Myers. He's the editor in chief. See, so this is volume one, by the way. They have several volumes. So here we know who's the editor. Now, I don't know who wrote the article that I will show because since he's the editor, he might have contributed, but usually you have several people, but we have the reference and I will show the page, you see? So next, I go to page that's 410. So those are the Canaanites from Leiden Museum in the Netherlands. I even filmed it myself. Actually, I took pictures. I'm sorry, because in Leiden Museum we're not allowed to film. But here is what it says: Canaanites relief showing Canaanite vessels from the Memphite tomb of General Horemheb at Saqqara, 18th dynasty. And you see, courtesy of Rijksmuseum van Oudehen from Leiden. So that's the Netherlands. Then we're going to go to another page. So page 411. And this is the reproduction of Beni Hassan, not the original, the reproduction. Now we'll show the original in a few minutes. So here, once again, You see the mushroom hairstyle, you see the beard, and you can clearly see the Egyptian because they love to show us individuals that have a little tan, so they think, oh, it look like black folks. But here we have the black folks next to them, and we can see the huge difference, you know. So those are the Egyptians. Obviously, we can tell by their dress, and those are the Asiatics. But how will it be described by this author? And people can look up Myers and see his credentials. You know, those are scholars. You see the woman as well. Some people might argue, okay, the
So you can
Egyptian
see
woman was
the
depicted.
contrast.
Yeah, the
See the
contrast, exactly,
contrast in color.
exactly. And now you see Canaanites.
Right next to each other. You can see the
Yes,
contrast in
you can see
color
exactly.
right on the.
That,
But see, it got so bad, Shaka, to where this is called lookership. So it is just explain away
yeah.
everything that we see. It's lookership. So you can't use it because it's lookership. And we did
Well,
that to ourselves. Unc and them started that shit. You know what I'm saying? Lookership. Like what you
you
see
know,
what I'm saying? And that's go ahead.
you know, I understand what you're saying. I heard that a few times. But when you present something that's not convenient, they usually want to try to find some term that will label your endeavor in order to invalidate it. You see, but this is one video, White Semites Black Awakening. Over the years, I've been going to museum and showing other depictions, statues, paintings, but they don't want to deal with that. And if I had to spend my time compiling all of those, then I wouldn't be able to make a living. Now, if I was supported by my people, I would love to do this as a full-time job. And you see, I have 20,000 subscribers. You know, I need only a percentage of them to just donate $1 a month, and I don't have to work into the 9 to 5. You know, that's like my dream, but now, I'm studying formally the Egyptology at the university. So it keeps me busy, but I still have to do the 9 to 5 at the same time and do the live streams that I do, you see. So um some people, they don't like me, so they say, like a sister left in the comment of Sanetta, she wrote, I never heard a so-called scholar begging. And I left her a message. I said, you're free to talk with me, you know what I'm saying? you know because people are trying to diss me when I mention donation. You know, people don't have to do it. It's not an obligation, but it's important to remind the people your support is appreciated, your support is helpful. You see? But anyway, now it's Canaanites, and it says copy of a mural from a tomb at Beni Hassan. And then it says Semitic tribe people dressed in colored street costumes. Those are the ones. You see the street costumes? And it says they are asking permission to enter Egypt, dated to the 19th century BCE. 19th century BCE, my brother. Pan African James, this is 1900 BC. This is close to 2000
I
BC.
already know, Shaka.
You know, so when they, they like to say, oh, black people were the first on the earth, they populated the earth. So their logic is that, okay, since black people were first, and everybody was black. Some people have the nerve to say, oh, they were not white people in like 1300 BC. Are you kidding me? So and furthermore, and there's one thing, you see, there's somebody who sent me an email. I'm not sure who it is, but it's a few days ago that I got to notice that. If you go back here, we don't see it well here, so I'm going to show the original. But that one is that one that's holding the animal. That one there. We have his name. I think it's called. We have his name. I don't know if it's EB or something, but the most important is what I will show. Now we'll show the original. So Beni Hassan. This Beni Hassan thing is just so helpful. So here, maybe you've seen it. You know,
Yeah,
when I show
you
it,
showed it, and I
yeah,
noticed that you love this particular piece. But I
yeah,
want to know, why do you go to this as like the most, like it's your most important piece? What makes this so important?
because it's a painting. It's an original painting. Now, here is the original one. So
Okay.
what they like to argue is, well, but on the original one, they are darker. But I'm like, homies, yes, they are darker, but the Egyptians are darker as well, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And okay, now it opening a new window. Opening a new window. And in we don't have the original, the part that I want to show, but here, that's a reproduction. And I'm going to blow it up. Oh, what happened there? Hold on, hold on. Ah, what's going on there? Hold on. Okay, let's blow it up. Okay, I don't know. What's It's messing with me right now.
Yeah, they got something going on.
Okay, so here, let me check that. Okay, great. That's the guy here. You see, that's the reed leaf. That's the E, and that's the leg. That's the B. So that's Ib, and then this is the Sh. So some people say Ibasha, Yabasha. But anyway, here is the scepter. And I don't know if you had a chance to see the Medunature lesson I gave on Sinaitus platform. The scepter. Did you have a chance to see it or not yet?
I seen a piece of it.
All right, okay. Now, the scepter is a Heka scepter. So Heka means magic, and it also means ruler. Now, here, that's the here. And also, amongst the links on all my videos, there's one that links to the hieroglyphic sign list, And if you scroll to the bottom, you will see the unirituals, or quote unquote Middle Natural alphabet, And you will see the here. The here is the sound k, like a K. And here is a phonetic complement, for Heka. Now, the mountain top, with three sides, that stands for Chesed or Chesut. What is written here, my brother, is Heka Chesed, or some people might say Heka Chesut. And Heka Chesut is what the Greeks call Hyksos.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Now, once again, this is the reproduction. If people look at the original, if they can see that part, they will see it.
So this
And
is the name that the Egyptians, or the Remets, called these people that look like this, and it's noticeable that they made sure that all of them have beards on, lighter skin, that particular hairstyle that you're talking about,
yes, mushroom
different
hairstyle.
dress. I mean, just different dressed all the way
Y-
around to
Yes.
differentiate themselves, just some tribes further south.
Mm.
But the tribe further south, they seem to have a more affinity to the tribes further south. If you were to do this same thing, right?
Yes. And you see,
You could get kind of mixed up if you seen a Nubian in the same type of way.
indeed,
You
indeed.
can't mistake this, is what I'm saying.
Yes, I agree with you
But what I'm
completely.
saying though,
And
okay, so bam,
yeah.
watch this, Shaka. Watch this,
Hmm.
Shaka. So just say, okay, are these people, just say if these people were on the continent of Africa. Okay, so we're gonna say these are, would these people look with, okay, if they drew the Berbers, would they look similar to them? Or what do you call them? The Berbers?
Uh,
Would they,
uh,
who the people
Berbers are North
that's in
Africans.
Libya? Okay, well, now, but
Well,
when they draw the Berbers, what do they look like?
we have some depictions of Libyans. I can't even. But before I look for depictions of Libyans,
Okay.
I'm not claiming that all Asiatics were Hyksos, because our ancestors, or the inhabitants of Kemet, because people will say, well, you don't descend from them.
Right.
Um, they had a term called Amu for Asiatics. They even had a term called Setetiu, or Setet, for Asiatics. And they had Hyksos also for this population of Asiatics. So maybe it's a tribe of Asiatic.
Check it out, Shaka. That term "setet" that you just meant, that's just like us calling a white man the devil.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
It is because they associated them with Set later on, right? Not at first, but later on they associated themselves with Set for some reason, didn't
they? The Hyksos,
yes, right. So that's
had Set as their main god, as their main deity. Yes.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. So when we call them, this just jokingly, if you think about it now, you really like you say, they the devil. You know what I'm saying? That's really what they call themselves, and in antiquity, I guess you could say the Egyptians would call them. You said Seteti, Seteti.
Setetiu, I would say. Some people might say Setet.
And if you put that, if you drew that out, how would that look? Would it have set off in it?
Well, I can show you. Hold on, I will show you.
Would you have to use something with set in it to be able to pronounce that?
Oh no, I wouldn't say that. I'm going to show you the slide. Let me share the screen here. You see here? Setetiu, Asiatics. So this word is in the plural form. This word is in the plural form. And notice you have the throw stick, the throw stick, just like in the Meren Petastella. Now you see the 3 strokes here. That's the back of the plural. This is just a determinative for man/people.
Hold up. So now they got the throw stick. That's for a foreigner.
Well, let's
I'm just saying.
Let's be precise.
I'm just from what I don't know much, but what the throw stick is for, it stands for foreigner or something.
Now the throw stick is reference T14, and it might be best for me. I'm gonna have to open Egyptian grammar by God.
So when you make it plural, do you add the second T and the Y and the W?
Okay, hold on. Just
so if you just said set, it would just be ST, right?
Well, just one moment. I'm going to break it down for you, brother. Now, T14, the throw stick. So you have Amat boomerang. It's an ideogram for by the way, my source, my daughter, she has destroyed the book cover, but this is hieroglyphic Egyptian by Dr. Claude Obzomer, and so let me go back to T14, and I will even give the page number. And if we take the habit of, backing up what we're saying, we will get more clarity, because I'm not claiming that. This is not my claim. This is this PhD that's saying that. And he's not the only one. That's why I was thinking about putting up Gardiner, because Gardiner is available. People can download Gardiner's Egyptian grammar. So T14, that's the Gardiner reference. The throw stick is an ideogram for Amat, which means boomerang. It's an ideogram also for Kema, the strong K, which means to throw. The phonetic value is Kema, and it's a determinative for foreign people. You see?
Okay.
And here I just want to break down, because you asked me about it. Now I'm going to use the pen. Now this is the folded cloth. If I remember correctly, it's Gardiner reference S29, but don't quote me on that. But this is the S sound. Now the loaf of bread, which is usually the mark of the feminine, that's a ter sound. See? Now that buzzard, reference G4, sorry. As you can see, the phonetic value is TU. Now the Y is pronounced E. The sound is E, and the W is the sound U. That's why I pronounce it TU. You see? So you add the TU, and that gives you Setetiu. And you see, when I give classes, I like to put the transliteration here in red, and then the pronunciation, and then the translation. You see?
Yeah, that was yo, and it's in red, black, and green though. Shaka, why you
Yes.
do that? Got you. Yo, because you was trying to diss the Pan Africanism a couple of months back.
No,
Caught you.
the red, black, and green. I have a lot of respect for that because it comes from Garvey, and
Exactly.
I've heard some Moorish people say, oh, it was that Muslim guy who designed the flag or whatever. But I have a lot of respect for Garvey, and I know there are some good Pan Africans out there. But
Indeed. I'm just messing with
unfortunately,
you. But
yeah,
hold on, I
I'm
got
not.
a question.
Yeah.
Is that a Tiwu bird? I mean, because see, you took that bird and you used 3 letters for it.
Yes, you're correct. You're correct. And
So
once
that's a
again here,
Tiwu bird. And what kind of bird is
but
a Tiwu bird?
I wouldn't call it the
A
TU bird, but
buzzard.
I know, and yes, it is a buzzard. It got in reference G4, and it is described as a buzzard. There's even that bird that some people call the ney bird, but
Exactly.
but yes, indeed, that's what it is described as. Now, you see, he says phone, so that means phonetic value. So the sound of phonetic value is TU. So this is a triliteral, you know, because in the Meta nature you have some glyphs that stand for one sound, some which are called uniliterals or uniconsonants, glyphs that stand for two sounds that we call biliteral or biconsonants, and glyphs that stand for three sounds that we call triliterals or triconsonants. Then there's even quadriliterals, or maybe people might use the term quadriconsonants, basically glyphs that stand for four sounds, but there are very few. There are very few. So,
Okay,
um,
one last question, Shaka.
okay.
Now, I was familiar with the T before you showed me this T, right? The
Hmm.
bread loaf at the top.
Hmm.
Why did they use this other symbol at the bottom for T? I've never seen it used like that, right? You see what I'm saying? The bread
Yes.
loaf at the top is a T by itself, right?
Yes.
But I've never seen it with the arrow going through it at the bottom. What is that
Yes.
thing down there?
Now, there's one thing that people must know is that in the Medunet chat, you can have several different spelling for
Okay.
some words, but the pronunciation will be the same. And what you are asking, we have here the Gardiner reference here. I mean, I don't
Okay.
mean to toot my own horn or to brag, but my Medu Nature class is very precise because I give the Gardner reference and the description for all the new glyphs or words that we come across. Mind you, some people don't understand that some words are not written with one glyph. They think that we have all the time a glyph that stands for one word. So that's why they say, oh, you have a symbol. How do you know it means this? But you have plenty of words that are made up of several glyphs, just like we have words made up of several letters. But anyway, the Gardiner reference is F29, and it is a cowhide pierced by an arrow. It's an ideogram for seti, which means to shoot an arrow, or to pierce. And the phonetic value is est set. Now we pronounce it set because, as you know, probably the convention of Egyptology wants us to add the vowel e between two consonants, so it is smoother to pronounce. So we have a case here of a phonetic complement because we already have the s and the t here. So when you read this, you don't read that set you. You read that set you. It's once again what we call a phonetic complement, and it is quite helpful also with the grammar. It avoids confusion. But brother Pan African
Okay.
James. Okay,
Oh, look.
please hold that thought.
Okay.
Please hold that thought. If you want, write it down because there's something else I want
Okay.
to show you. The Hyksos. Some people have argued that probably they come from Canaan because you heard about the 18th dynasty. You heard about where is it? Yeah, it's the one. The 18th dynasty, Amos. They chased. The 18th dynasty starts after they chased the Asiatics. I mean the Hyksos, the invaders. Um, they fled to the area known as Canaan. So people figured probably that's where they came from. You know And here, this is not me. This is the British Museum. Now, okay, there's an advert. Okay, so I'm going to mute my mic and play it. Now, that's back when I had dreadlocks, and that video was uploaded 5 years ago, as you can see. And I'm just going to play it. So let me mute my mic.
Museum, London, England. I'm very happy to be able to read this one inscription because I was talking to a good brother who actually lives in England, and I was quoting one book. I wasn't sure of the title, but I probably made a video about this. Who the Hyksos were. It's not definitely clear for sure, let's say, but I did read it, I'm sure, but I do not remember the title. I'm sure that I did quote one book that says that the Hyksos came from Palestine. So I'm just going to read what it says there: decline and Hyksos rule. So under the 13th dynasty, still ruling from El Lish, a rapid succession of mostly obscure rulers eventually undermined Egypt's political integrity, and worse was to follow. None of the kings could match the energetic policies and resource control exercised by the previous dynasty, nor could they maintain its level of artistic organization and craft production. Diminished royal power led to political fragmentation, with rival dynasties appearing elsewhere. Much of Egypt came under the control of rulers of Palestinian descent, 14 to 15 dynasty. Much of Egypt came under the control of rulers of Palestinian descent, 14 to 15 dynasties, the most important of whom were the Hyksos. The most important of whom were the Hyksos. Their community had settled in the eastern Nile Delta over centuries of peaceful immigration. In a sense, it was Egypt's first experience of foreign rule, but not a result of invasion as the later traditions claim. The Hyksos ruled from avarice while native pharaohs held on to the south, ruling from Thebes, 16th to 17th dynasty. The Theban kings also faced incursions from the southern kingdom of Kush after it seized Egypt's former Nubian possessions. Eventually, the Theban kings won a war of liberation against the Hyksos, and Amhosis II founded the new kingdom.
So I'm sorry about all the background
I mean, that
noise.
was
Uh,
perfect. Don't.
yeah, but that's the British Museum, and there's so many people. I still had the headset on, but there's just so many people. But you see here, I've shared the link in the chat, so everybody can get it. So the title of the video is Hyksos, Palestinian Descent. This is the British Museum who's saying it, not me. You know, so Palestinian, that's Canaanites. You see. So I gave two different sources, that describe those people as Canaanite. And the funny thing is that Flavius Josephus, that many people like to quote for the historicity of Jesus, even though Flavius Josephus, I think he was even born after the death of Jesus, but whenever he wrote, that was after the death of Jesus' lifetime, if Jesus existed, for whoever wants to believe he existed. Flavius Josephus is known for that. And even though there's something called the Flavium Testimonium, and Dr. Bart Ehrman, who is an expert of the New Testament, in one of his books, and I've made a video about that, he argues that this one of the thing is it's a forgery. But I digress. Flavius Josephus talked about the shepherd kings. The shepherd kings, that's the Hyksos. Flavius Josephus was quoting Manito, who was probably called Mani Tehuti. So Manito was during the Ptolemy period, the Greek, when the Greeks ruled Egypt around 300 BC, and he was asked to compile the history of ancient Egypt. And the dynasties that we are talking about today, it's Manito who classified the rulership um, uh, um, um, in terms of dynasty.
Correct.
Manito was not 100% correct, but he was quite accurate. And many people don't know, because some people like to say, well, Manito. I have a video also on my channel called, it talks about a papyri, and it is more accurate than Manito, And there's so many things I tell you now. I have the videos, and sometimes I feel like sharing the videos, but then I'm like, okay, it's going to sound like I'm all over the place and stuff like that. But anyway, Flavius Josephus quotes Manito, and Manito was saying that, and I have that book here that I haven't started reading yet, Berosos and Manito, and I just bought that book because of one of our lesson from the university in the field of Egyptology, and they say if you want to know more about Manetho and the classical authors talking about ancient Egypt, then check out this article. And I read the article, and they were recommended that book. But anyway, um, Flavius Josephus quotes Manetho, and Manetho explains that we had those people who committed atrocious um, atrocities against the people of Egypt, and then they were chased, they were expelled. So this is the story of the Hyksos reported centuries later. And what do we know regarding the biblical narrative and the parallels with the text from ancient Egypt? We know that there are so many similarities, not to say plagiarism. So possibly that's one of the main reasons why we have some texts that have similarities. Now, other people might argue, well, not necessarily, because Kemet had dominions over some parts of Canaan. I think around Gaza, all the way to Gaza. So maybe it was because of that. But most likely, since they lived in Egypt for a while, then they were expelled. But it's not the Exodus. The closest thing to the Exodus historically, that will be the Exodus. But there's no mention of Pharaoh and his army dying in the sea. That's fictional story, you know. So to make the long story short, we have the Hyksos who spent some time, like 150. Well, actually, they probably spent more time, but they ruled part of Kemet, the top. The capital was Avaris. Avaris is in the delta for about 150 years or so. You know, maybe some people might argue between 150 to 200 years. Some people might argue between 100 years to 150 years. They did not rule the whole of the territory, but they ruled a big part, if not a main part. And then they were chased out and they ran to Canaan. So this is probably where they came from. And people can check that video and listen again, or maybe at one point we can see the text so they can stop the video and read the text if they manage to read it, because I think he even talks about them living from that place. So I know I was a bit long-winded, Brother James, but this is useful not only to you, but to everybody that's listening. This is history. This is what the scholars are saying, you know.
Nah, brother, this is your show. I'm just checking. I'm just tapping in to keep you company. I'll be up late, and I just got my computer back running, so I want to really come in and test it out and see what it if it was everything was correct anyway. So you kind of helping me out anyway. I was in the back trying to look up something because it was something I wanted you to view in your own spare time to see if you would be interested in trying to do some type of presentation or do a dynasty by dynasty analysis from your own perspective on the history with slides and documentation, because I see Europeans are setting a standard of telling the whole history of Egypt from dynasty to dynasty on their YouTube channels, and they have maps. And they're telling a story, but that I don't necessarily agree with. I think that people like you and Smash that can read the language and actually have went through it would probably find it interesting and maybe think about doing your own narrative, because some of the information that they have, I found to be, challenging, right? So I was going to look for this while you go ahead and talk anyway. I'm going to put it in the back chat. So just go ahead and do what you do.
Brother, I would love to do that. And actually, before I used to, I don't really like the term debunk. I'm sorry, debunk. Don't like it too much, but I used to refute a lot of claims. I was younger. I was not a father. I have two children now. But if people support me, I mean, I could just spend so much time, but I haven't prepared a presentation in a long time, except for the middle lecture class that I update on a regular basis. It takes time. And I'm working full time. It's not something that that's possible for me to do. That's Marsh Rockwell, because he used to be in a group hieroglyphic, like he has stated. Every now and then he tours. He does performances. So he's okay. He's kind of making a living out of that, and he has others, businesses, and sometimes he shares some of it. So he has a time, and we are so lucky that the brother Smashwalker had the time to deal with these repairing that issues, because uh, if you were full time, you barely get any hours of sleep to go through all the data that he has went through and shared with us. We are so lucky, and I'm grateful that he took the time, his own personal time, to go through all these texts. But it's very time consuming. If I do like the Hebrews like did, like I just claim, okay, I'm a rice from India, and then somebody asked me to back it up, and I put up a chart, a pantheon of deities, and I say, where is he? Where is he? So his conclusion is because it is not in that pantheon, then he comes from India. I mean, that's just, oh man. But I see you sent me a private chat. I just want to show you, and that's what I was looking for. I've shared the like. I'm sorry, I've shared the link in the chat. You see, EBL Syria 2300 BCE. So let me just show it to the people, because a lot of people don't understand that these so-called Semites, man. I'm telling you, man. But let's see. That's the visual evidence. It's not me. It's the Louvre Museum. I did not put it there. All right. This is archaeology. This is a data. This is record. So I'm going to share this one. It's only 1 minute long this time. 1 minute and 9 seconds.
Greetings. I'm in the Louvre Museum, Paris, France. And I have filmed this one a long time ago. And then when I came back, it was away for an exhibition somewhere else. So now it is back. And a difference is that you have the legs here. I don't remember that the legs were on display, so maybe it was damaged. But this is from Syria, and it is a statue of Iba Il, that's I-L. And you see the date there? 2300 BC. From Mari, which is still Hariri, current Syria, well, Syria, today's Syria. So if it looks Negroid to you, let me know, but it doesn't to me.
This guy has blue eyes. And when Zion Lex had a debate with Ngozi, um, I remember Zion Lex talking about lapis lazuli. Gwen Stanley said, if you knew your stuff, I'm paraphrasing, you would know that lapis lazuli was sacred, and that's why they used it. So if we listen to his reasoning, it means that the rulers that we have, they should constantly have blue eyes made of lapis lazuli. I mean, he even showed a statue, a head statue of Sargon. If I'm not mistaken, it was Sargon, and he basically claimed that the person was a black individual. But a lot of people don't know that we have plenty, well, we have a fair bit, let's say, of artifacts, not only from Kemet, but from other areas of the Levant, of the Near East. And this is an example, you see. So to me, it's the phenotype is the same, you know. And why Beni Hassan is so important? Because Beni Hassan is not just a statue. Because now when we put statues, now people don't know phenotype anymore. Than when the statues, they like to say, "Oh well, you can." Like when I show the standard of Ur, which is a bit older, it's 2500 BC, and the standard of Ur is in the British Museum. Oh, you cannot really tell the phenotype from a statue. Okay, Beni Hassan is a painting. So I've seen you share me you share that link with me. I can put it up. Is there a timestamp that you want me to go through, or
hold on? This is what I want you to do. Hold on, Shock. I got a video from that same. That was just a series for you to be able to check out on your own time. Don't click that particular link.
Okay.
Click this link that I just shared. I just shared with you.
Oh, the second one.
And you can
Okay.
go to the 9. Yes, and you can go to the 9-minute mark. And I just want you to check out what he says at that 9-minute mark. I actually have it time stamped on the actual video as well, where you can just click on it. If you see the text, just scroll down and see the text. You may see Pan African Design.
Okay.
And then
so it's okay.
You see Pan African Designs right there?
Yeah,
Where they say 9 minutes.
Yes. Yeah, almost
just
all
click that
papyrus.
9 minutes.
Okay. So I'm gonna made a mistake. 9 minutes. I have to go back. I'm gonna play it. Oh, what's your comment?
You went too far down, I guess.
No, it's just okay. Sometimes the comments don't all appear. I'm gonna go manually anyway. So, oh no, that's the wrong one. That's why this one is 12. Yours is 11. Right, there we go.
Okay. Oh
Ancient
yeah,
Egypt
you
11.
skipped to another video.
Yeah. So that's 9, and I'm gonna mute my mic and put the sound.
Okay.
Papyrus is one of Egypt's great contributions against the Hyksos. He apparently did do something about it, resulting in military skirmishes against the Hyksos. Papyrus is one of Egypt's great contributions. It is the first paper in the history of the world. To make a surface for writing, you take the stalk of the papyrus plant, cut it into thin strips, then pound it with a mallet and leave it in the sun to dry. With a smooth stone, you polish it until the surface is smooth enough to write. To make papyrus rolls, you just add pages by gluing them together. Now, archaeologically, the pages that tended to be the most damaged were the first and last pages. Thus, we usually lack the beginning and ending of most ancient Egyptian stories. Almost all papyrus rolls discovered are found in the south, where the climate is dry. This again shows the danger of the Delta region for preserving historical information. Papyrus does not last in the north. The mummy of Second Enrei was...
Do you want me to continue? Oh, you're muted, brother. You're muted.
Yeah, that's why I wanted you to stop at right there.
Yeah.
So you see, for me, that was just their way of explaining away why they don't have. See what I'm saying? You have,
but
to,
it's a reality.
What do you mean by it's a oh, you talking about the way that they explain away things?
That the north, the delta region is like marshland, you know, and it's not just a papyri, even the constructions, houses, you know, for the most part, because it was made of mud brick for the common people, you know. If they had construction with stones, then it means they were kind of wealthy. So most of the habitations are no longer there, you know.
Yeah, but you have things over to the right of the delta and the left of the delta that still would have been able to withstand certain things in as far as you know, the weathering. I know about you're talking about the exact delta, but when you start to go to the left, like right there to the Levantian area where they placed the Canaanites at, it still should have been papyrus up that way. Is what all I'm saying. I understand the delta, but they always try to explain away why they don't have artifacts in the areas where they should be. It still should be something up that way.
Well, I wouldn't say where it should be, but this is a reality that I agree with that fact. You know, it's like a marshland now. Left or right of the Nile and well, really the delta is like you have water almost everywhere, but wherever it's dry, then you have more chances of finding some records, some artifact, you know, because the sand, when something is under the sand, it's a great way of that artifact of being preserved. And you know, all the artifacts that we find in ancient Egypt or Kemet is a testimony to that. And you know, in the area that you mentioned, you know, the Levant, Canaan, and we find so many things, you know. So I mean, there's artifacts from Kemet that we found all the way to Canaan and other places, you know. And you know, I mean, for their narratives, we barely find anything. And the reason also why I show this depiction like from Syria is because some people act like, well, you know, we don't have artifacts because it's so old and so long ago. There's so many artifacts, even for Canaan.
The predate.
But what do we find?
The predate Canaan by. You got artifacts that predate Canaan by 2,000 years. So I mean, that's not an excuse because Canaan is old. When you got artifacts that are doubly as old as like I said, they're the babies in that area. So to say that, you know, even when you start to look at the biblical writing, they're supposed to have a writing system before they even came into from basically on the biblical narrative. They're supposed to have a writing system. When a little, I mean, and what is that? An ore or the cuneiform is supposed to be older. Yeah, it's supposed to be older. So why don't they have the writings off in that particular script from which they came? If they already had a writing script before they got here.
the cuneiform writing does exist. So Ur, indeed, you are where Abraham, the region, the area where Abraham is said to come from in the
Right.
Chaldea, we have the standard of Ur. Very inconvenient for all these wannabe Semites, and so they like to say, even Tahakabe was trying to act like, oh, you cannot really tell the ethnicity, but the cuneiform writing does exist, and our brother.
Okay, I got that. So
Yes.
that's a contemporary writing system with Kemet. Now, where is the writing about their history that shows them about Abraham and all of this stuff?
Oh no, we don't have any
Where's
records
all of
for
that at?
we don't have any records for Abraham. Now, what they will say is, the absence of evidence is not the proof of absence. And that's why we usually focus on Kemet. If some people left the country, whether the sea parted into well, okay, let's say this, the Exodus narrative, the fact that they will cross in the middle of the water and Pharaoh and his army dies. We have we have a chronology, a precise chronology. There are several king lists of those rulers. We don't have any record of a pharaoh dying with his army on the same day. That
Correct.
alone is problematic. Further than that, people have been digging in the desert around the Sinai, looking for remains, for tools, in order to validate or present evidence for the Exodus narrative. And ultimately, I don't know their names from the top of my head, but we have some Israeli scholars who said, well, this was folklore. The Exodus story was folklore. Now, sometimes you will find some articles floating online saying, oh, they found the wheels of the chariots of the Pharaoh in the Nile, in the Dead Sea, in the Red Sea, wherever that is. But usually, those are not credible websites. It's like, I don't know
Exactly.
if you heard it, but when I was in Paris, I met an African American pastor. I was in my car waiting to start work. He said, can I talk to you? I said, oh, I'm Christian. So I spoke with him. He said, now, I forgot if it's the Ark of Covenant or, well, yeah, it had to be the Ark of Covenant. It couldn't be the Ark of Noah because somebody claims we have found the remains. He said the Ark of Covenant was found and it's in Turkey. And some short, not long ago, somebody was, I think it was on Sinai Studio, somebody said the same thing. The Ark of Covenant was found and it's in Turkey. And I'm like, man, where did you guys get that from? Did you double check that? Did you find any reliable scholars that agree with that? Because in Turkey, they have the Topkapi Museum, and in that museum, they have like a staff. They say it's the staff of Prophet Muhammad. There's some hair allegedly from Prophet Muhammad, some clothing from him, and all sorts of stuff. So a lot of people like to go there and take pictures, and they will upload them. And usually say, "Here's the staff of Prophet Muhammad. Here's the hair of Prophet Muhammad." But no scholars in Islamic studies, to my knowledge, agree with that. This is really like for tourism, to make money.
Exactly.
But sometimes people, when they see something online, whether it's on YouTube or other website, as long as it's on the website, because they think that it is reliable, you know. And actually, in the field, in the field, in the field of Egyptology, they tell us about the how reliable the sources are. And you've heard Netaneb said many times that the peer review is the golden standard.
Exactly.
Below the peer review, you will have academics, scholars, PhD, and stuff like that. Whenever I say scholars, okay, now I'm not going to go into that, but and then you have credible websites. But at the bottom, you have general websites, blogs. That's like the bottom. That's why it's important when we ask people what's his credentials. And lately, I've been seeing people, because I stated that I have a degree. So, like the cheerleader groupie Tamika, who has no problem congratulating thieves, plagiarists, and people who talk nonsense and who are pseudos, she was highlighting the fact that I don't have a degree, but. As I was talking about Garfield false flagging, I did not claim to have a degree. I'm not lying. I'm not false flagging. When I will have credentials, I'm sure people will know. I'll be glad to say now I officially have credentials in the field. But that guy said that he has a degree. That's the main thing. So they always have talking points like that, to I think you say muddy the water muddy the waters in America. But it's,
Yeah,
it's
that
just
I
a
mean that and yeah,
go ahead, brother.
that what they do as far as like taking people off topic. I mean, it's very strategic. And it's like I said, a game that I'm really just getting frustrated with. And really, after watching Sonetta tonight, I just couldn't even stomach it at that point. A brother came on and said, "Hey man, this is not good," because a bunch of on there. And I think that maybe I should just tune in on certain particular topics or type of shows, depending on who's on there. Like if a Chris Harris or somebody on there, I may be able to stumble. When he has a panel full of Hebrews, I probably shouldn't just sometimes, and then sometimes it's just a clown show. Respectfully, you know what I'm saying. But I want to
Yeah.
touch on that what you were saying about in the museum, where you were saying that the
Yes.
Hyksos only they only control the north area, um, and that the people from Thebes control the southern area, right?
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
we need to actually be able to pull up maps and show that as well, because some people take that as when the Hyksos took over, they took over the whole of Egypt. Understand that it was actually split, which you don't even understand intermediate periods. And what that means is people are not recognized. Like some people may be claiming that they're the king, but they're not recognized by certain people, mainly the people in
Mm-hmm.
Thebes. Thebes is really the
Mm-hmm.
nucleus of the civilization. And I think that that's really where the African people congregated whenever things went awry. I think that they always went back to get themselves together back in Thebes, and then push northward again when they got strong enough. Sometimes I think they use Nubian forces, and I think that Europeans are just making the Nubians like a missionary in their tale, to try to just say that they really were just some hired guns, and not a part of the civilization per se. So when they push their narratives from a European standpoint, I'm always looking at it with a subjective eye. And when I look at the history, I know that what intermediate means. I know the time scales of when this happened. Um, Thanks to brothers like you and Shaka, I mean you and Smash, we can now start to see when they first start using terms like Kemet or Nubia, and finding out that this happens in the sixth dynasty, which is maybe 1,000 years after the fact, before we even get a Kemet. Or is that a Nehesi? Well, when did we first get Nehesi? 11th dynasty?
Or I couldn't tell
A
you
Nehes?
when. I couldn't tell you when they first used Nehesi or Nehesiu, but indeed, Smash has presented some information that makes us wonder. Probably, uh, Kemet or Kem uh, was or let's say Kemet was a ethnonym before it was a toponym. you know. Now, Tasseti, however, is the first nome. So nome is
Exactly.
like a district or a region, and Tasseti, that's Nubia. However, you talked about mercenaries. There were some mercenaries, Nubian mercenaries, and we usually know them as the Magi. And the things that um, I
Okay,
have.
okay, okay. Excuse me, Shaka.
Just go ahead. Go
But
ahead.
put when you put magi in the context, when do you see magi? What time frame are they starting to be mentioned as mercenary? It's going to be late, is what I always contend.
Oh well, like yeah, well, it's not from the get go, not from Nama, but I can look for some date. I have my notes, and I can look for some dates. But and it's good because it will give me the opportunity. Il y a rien là-dedans, mais il y a rien, tu vois, c'est vide là. It will give me the opportunity to quote something. That's quite important. So I'm gonna open the notes.
Okay, let me mute out, and then I'm gonna go get me
Yeah.
something to drink. Hold on.
Ok. Ok. Héros, tu peux demander à maman. Ah, c'est pas là. Here. Here. Tu veux voir maman? Tu veux voir maman? Vas-y, voir maman. Allez, va voir maman. Éteins la lumière, Miro, s'il te plaît. Mérite. La lumière, s'il te plaît. Éteins la lumière, s'il te plaît. Appuie. La lumière. Ça va there. Merci. Now. Oh, how does he spell it? So many different spellings. Now. Ah, wow. Okay, so I'm waiting for the brother to be back.
Okay, so I come back.
Yeah, I'm going to open it in a Google Doc, so that I can close. Google Doc. New Google Doc, blank document. And then it's the number 1, so that's the one there. That's the one there.
I'm trying to fix my average. What the hell happened?
This one is number 2. Oh no, that's the number 1. Okay, so just for the record, I'm going to share the link to the source, the French speakers. So Amazon. Oh. Okay.
Okay, I just want to see if I fixed that because I don't like my logo not showing up.
Okay. Books. And then part 1, there it is. So I'm going to share the link to the book that I'm about to quote. I want to check that the link actually works well. Okay, so if I click on it, yes, that's great. Okay, so here I'm sharing the link to the book that I'm about to quote here. I mean, I've shared it, but I'm opening it. So it's a French book, okay? Lettre égyptienne, la naissance du nouvel empire, de Kamousis à Thutmosis II. In English, we translate that as Egyptian letters from the birth of the new kingdom, from Kamos to Thutmose, or Kamosis to Thutmosis II. All right. So the author is Michel Desoudex. I don't think we will have I don't think we'll have an English page for his credentials on Wikipedia. I think they will probably only have a French page, but I'm going to double check. I'm going to put Wikipedia. No, they only have the French page, but he has a PhD in what? It says in the back anyway. I looked it up, but he has a PhD in he's a doctor in chemistry. All right, so his field is not Egyptology. when it comes to his academic background, but he's a PhD. However, he for 20 years he was the president of the um, of the of an organization or association of Egyptology based in Toulouse, and he has taught uh, the hieroglyphic writing, the history and the civilization of ancient Egypt. All right. So, and I was just reading from the back cover of the book. All right. So, well, unfortunately, because of my background, it doesn't show. But I have the book. The book that you have on the screen, I have it in my hand. All right. Now, what he did a very interesting job is that he went through several artifacts, significant steles, and he has. We see the actual stele. You will not be able to see. It would be too small. But he shows
Yeah,
the
it's
stele.
gonna.
Yes, and he,
Not
he
gonna say
shows.
it was gonna. It's not gonna show because of your backgrounds, but I get what you're
Yeah,
saying.
yeah. He like. I wish I could show it though. There's even some stuff that I was planning on buying for years. It's like it's basically something that helps you to project. Like I'll put the book there and it will show on the screen like proper. But I'm not going to say no more. They're going to say I'm begging. But he has shown the artifacts and then the hieroglyphic transcript. So you have the hieroglyphic, you have the transliteration, and then you have the translation. So that's very, very helpful. And he also makes commentary and explains. So here, I know I was a bit long-winded, but it was just to give some background. So here, I'm going to share the quotes. So on page 97, sorry, I'm just gonna give some juice to my daughter. She's asking. Tiens, qu'est-ce qu'on dit? Okay. So on page 97 of his book, he said, talking about the Nubians and the Hyksos, and this is the case of someone called Ata. He says these archaeological discoveries have allowed to confirm the informations given by the texts. And Kusei was the border between the Hyksos kings and the Theban kings. So Theban means of Thebes. Okay. Furthermore, it appears that Nubian mercenaries were working for both camps. So here it does not specifically say Magi or Magi, but the Magi they were known for being mercenaries. And furthermore, it says it appears that they had to patrol along the borders of the two kingdoms, and they were basically buried where they maintained their military activities. Now here he's talking about the Magi. You see, that's like the French spelling.
Mm-hmm.
And this is page 507 of the same book. Now it's not going to be long. That's just this here. It says, at first, the Egyptians used the knowledge of the desert of the Magi to secure those areas. The kings of the beginning of the new kingdom have learned to their detriment the importance of an efficient control of these areas for the safety of the Nile Valley. Because you have a brother. I'm not trying to start anything. I like the way he is now, but he kept talking about instead of building structures, they should have worked on their safety. So those are concerns that they had, and they were dealing with that as well. We cannot generalize and make statements. But anyway. So the Hyksos and the Cushites have formed an alliance destined to trap the rulers of Thebes. You see? And then we are told the second...
Hold on, Shaka. Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on, please. Hold on. Slow down now. Now, I'm fixing to start getting like you, right? Now, how do they know this? right?
Well,
what evidence do they have for this?
And that's what's coming next. That's what's coming next. It says here.
Let's hear
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
It better
yeah.
be
It says,
good.
yeah, yeah. It says the second stele of Camosis, and it says see lettre égyptienne. That's basically that book is saying. You can see on page 12 of that book, and it talks about the letter that was intercepted. The letter was sent to the king of Cush. And who did the letter came from? I'm sorry, who did the letter come from? From Apopi. That's basically Apophis. That's Apep. Apep is the snake. It was represented as a snake. It's like let me show you who Apep is.
I know who he is, Shaka.
Never
This
know
is what I'm
no,
saying. I'm like,
I'm
you
sorry,
believe this?
not you personally, for the listeners.
Okay,
You know?
I got it.
Yeah,
I'm just
for
like, but
listeners.
hold on
Yeah,
though. But
yeah,
I'm like, just think
yeah,
about this. Like, what evidence do we have for this? 'Cause
yeah,
this kind of sounded strange to me.
yeah.
And you
Now,
know,
now,
when
now,
I do my own personal research, every
mhm.
time I get to getting really deep into it, it's always sketchy. I'm telling you, Shaka.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
always something that
But
I'm like, I don't know if this is really true.
yeah,
You
but
know
no,
what
but
I'm
we
saying?
have
So
that
that's all I'm saying, man.
that still exists. You know. Now check. This is Apophis. Apopis. You know. In Middle Nature it's Apep, but you know the Greeks. You know, every time you have the is ending, most likely it's Greek. So this is. Oh, let me share the link in the chat, you know, because you know.
Look at the princess.
I've shared the link to Britannica's article. There's obviously there has to be an entry on Wikipedia as well. But whenever I can have on Britannica, I think it's better. So Apopis, also called Apep, Apepi, or Rerek, ancient Egyptian demon of chaos, who
So
had
they
the form
named him
of
that.
who come again?
So basically, in this particular stele,
Yeah.
I don't know if this person's name was Apep really, or if they just named him that based on the way that they felt about that particular person. But that
Brother,
is
that
a
was his name. But
strange. That's a
do you
strange
know?
name to give somebody as a ruler of a foreign land. That's all I'm saying, Shaka.
But remember earlier, you said you are already aware,
Exactly.
if I'm not mistaken, that their main god was Set.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Set is not an ultimate like a evil guy, because Set protects the bark of Ra from Apophis, from Apep, you know.
Yes.
But Set doesn't have a great reputation because of what he did to his brother.
Exactly.
Usir or Osiris, you know. And he also fought against Chut, oh mais René, c'est pas possible là, c'est pas possible là. Va voir maman, va voir, tu fais trop de bruit. Va voir maman. Va voir maman. Chut, chut, chut. Sorry
It's
about this.
Tommy in
So
the show.
so those Hyksos, they might have came in more or less peacefully, probably begging for food, for protection. Okay, va voir maman. And then they take over the country, they invade the country. Their main deity is Set, who doesn't have a good rep, and one of their king is called Apopis. I mean, you know, it's so funny. Now, if you want to be metaphysical or make some analogy, in the Bible, we have the snake. The devil, you know, kind of was represented or manifested himself with the snake, you know. But
Exactly.
anyway.
So this is the humorous part of the stuff that you find out about these stories. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Shaka. I don't know if this guy's name is really, and if his name is,
was.
You think? Hold on, I'm just gonna say, you think he named himself this? Because you know they always say just think about that.
Brother, nah. If I go on page 12,
I got what's gonna be in the book. I'm just thinking
no,
about. You think he named himself after a snake? Just come on, Shaka. Just be real.
Hold on.
That's just the Egyptians probably calling them some type of low life name because that's the way they felt about.
That was his name. Now they might have not put his name in a cartouche because they probably did not respect him like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how they got there. They probably called him a snake, a low life. You know, they
No, but
probably that's just they way of calling them a low life. This low life, you know what I'm saying? You know, and the snake is the lowest thing to the ground, so they just call them
this
a pepis. You
that's
know
a
what I'm
name that he
saying?
took, brother. Now,
See,
second
you just
speller.
trying to get a man the name. I think the
No,
Egyptians
no,
named
it's
him.
not me. It's not this. This is Encyclopedia Britannica. Okay.
Okay, I got you. I'm just
If
messing with you.
yeah,
But I'm
if
just
I
saying that's a hell of a name. You know, just like when you find out that
I don't know
they
why
gave
he took
them
that name, but he looks at those guys. They like anything that wasn't good. Now look.
right.
This is check this out. Now I'm going to share this link here. This is not me. This is Encyclopedia Britannica. All
Correct.
right. So what does it say? Apophis, king of Egypt. Apophis also spelled Apophis. You know, that's what earlier I kept saying Apophis. Or Apopi, Hyksos, king of ancient Egypt. Reign circa 1585 to 1542 BCE. Who initially, oh, it's the advert that caused that. Uh,
Yeah, go back.
yes. So, who
Oh, okay,
initially
okay.
controlled much of
How many years?
Egypt,
Hold on, hold on,
but
hold on,
was
hold on, Sean. How many years is that? Let me do that. So you saying they only
um
ruled for about 50
no
years? Is that
no
what they
no
saying?
that no that king because
Oh, okay, okay,
the
okay, okay,
Hyksos,
okay. Thank
yes,
you, thank you,
yeah,
thank you.
and if you want to have a more details, probably if you type Hyksos, they might give you several. Well, let's find out. They might give us several names. You know. Oh, but you know what? You see how
Yo,
life
look at
is
that
so
writing they
ironic.
got. They don't even got no
It's
writing system.
no, but that's something else. That's something else. Now check this out. Check this out. I've shown you the British Museum already, which says that they are of Palestinian descent. Now this is Encyclopedia Britannica. What does it say for Hyksos? And I'm going to put the link also, so people here they can step their game up. You know that Hebrew-Israelite who was talking nonsense, he can step his game up as well. You know, Encyclopedia
Wow.
Britannica says regarding the Hyksos, dynasty of Palestinian origin that ruled northern Egypt as the 15th dynasty, circa 1630 to 1523 BCE. And then here, if we make the calculation, we can see roughly how long they ruled parts of
That's
Kemet.
that's
You know,
under 100 years. That was
1523. That's
under 100
107
years.
years. You know, but of course, any date given
Oh,
for
okay.
events that took place 3,000 years ago, you know, you have to give some leeway. You know, so give and take 50 years, maybe
Circa.
100
That's why
years. It
they put the
depends.
circa in
You know,
front of it.
exactly. You know, but you know, we still have a good indication. You know, so
Right.
all this to say
And
what?
to be clear, that was only lower Egypt. They never really conquered the entire kingdom. You see what I'm saying? And
Well,
they definitely never.
here it says that Apophis controlled much of Egypt. You know, and I'm like, I don't have a problem with that. It is what it is. You know, but indeed, you're correct. They did not rule the whole of the country. In the south,
Whoa.
you had the Thebans,
Exactly.
and I remember Brother Sanjeti. Uh, Sanjeti is part of one of the shrines. He gives Medu nature over there. He might be a priest, and um, I used to talk with him. But then, you know, with the Amen Ra squad situation, you know, that's where, you know, I was no longer talking with him and all that. You know, I'm glad that Sanjeti is not rolling with the Riparianites, even though he is one of the writer of the book about the contribution to the place named Kemet. And they made one video. I think they tricked him, but they made one video together. But after that, you notice he never heard him because I'm sure he knows, okay, that was a hypothesis that has been debunked. I ain't gonna put my name into that mess. But anyway, on the Amen Rasquad show, he used to read the text coming from the southern ruler. And I'm paraphrasing, but he said, you know, Sanjay used to say, well, in other words, he told him, when I see you, it's on. I think he even said, like, I want to rip your belly open. They used to communicate. The Theban king
Correct.
will communicate with the king of, and we don't guess. We have the record, you know. He told the guy that this is what I want to do to you, you know. And there's a documentary. I forgot the name, but you know, people might find it if they put, you know, the Hyksos or the Delta on YouTube. You know, I've seen it. Maybe you and other people have seen it. We have one of the Theban ruler. You can see his mummy. You can see the marks. It's like it's a battle axe that he
Yeah, I
used.
seen that.
You,
Sound like
yeah,
somebody
you see his
smashed his
face,
head.
the facial expression. He
It's,
had a horrible death. So you can imagine, you. They obviously, I think they got the body back. Maybe they sent the body back, or maybe when they went to the north, they retrieved the body. But the mummy is there. So them seeing how he was hacked to death. You can imagine. But they managed to expel those people out. And now those people who apparently came in peacefully decided to invade the land, and they are expelled. Those are the invaders. They flip the script. I mean, they who wrote the biblical narrative? Who does it come from? But we have a narrative that says that they or Hebrews were enslaved in Egypt, and now the whole world, the majority of the whole world, consider that slavery started in Egypt. Many times you have videos, blogs, articles, and even books where they say slavery existed in every society, and even in ancient Egypt, and we don't have any documentation of that so far. And besides the issue of slavery, the Abrahamic believers see the ancient Egyptians as horrible people because of this narrative, which is not attested in history. This narrative that some Israeli scholars who are Jewish say is folklore. So people look at ancient Egyptians as evil people because of some fiction,
exactly.
and they cry over the fate of Hyksos invaders because they were not treated so well. Inhuman treatment, human right violation. Can you imagine, brother?
Hold up, hold up, hold up. Let me add another log to that fire. And from what you just showed, and this is what's going to be, I already see how they're going to try to get out of this. But from what you just showed, they're not even of African stock. They're Palestinians.
Yeah, but here is the trick. You know what they're saying? You know what they're saying? The people in Canaan, they were black folks. That's what
That's
they're
what I'm
saying.
trying to say. So hold up. So basically, everything you just showed us, Shaka, was a lie, according to them. See what I'm saying? So how do you get how do you get somewhere with people with that type of mindset? Think about that. What you're gonna have to do, you're just gonna have to not even communicate with them no more. You're gonna have to just, at some point it's just not even anymore discussing anything. When somebody's not gonna never listen, and then I asked the question. I was on someone's platform, and I just asked them about the chronology of a concept of a God. Now, if you find out, okay, look, Shaka, I was indoctrinated with Christianity too. How about you?
I was as well. Yeah, I was.
Okay, bam. So we all on the same page. Now, what was the reason that we believed in the story?
Faith.
This is how.
Faith.
Okay.
We were programmed. You trust your parents. You trust your uncles, your aunties, and we were given a worldview. And not everybody will ultimately leave that worldview because it's a whole culture in itself. Belief is very strong. Those people, the Abrahamic believers, believe that their literature is the word of God. So, in their mind, psychologically, going against it is going against God. Not believing in it is not believing in God or what God said or what God inspired. But the
Okay,
nice thing, yes,
stop,
go ahead,
Shaka.
brother. Go
Hold
ahead.
on,
Yes, yes,
Shaka.
yes.
Slow down. No, what the deal is it's not just about faith. It's about you having some tangible things to believe in. So, from what this story explains, the beginning of the world, it says God created the sun, the earth, and all things in it. It has a date for that. It has a date for the creation of man with Adam and Eve. And from that, you take all of that as literal, and then everything after that, you know what I'm saying? They give you Adam, and they give you the whole rundown in the story about the flood. They giving you a chronology of history. But what happens when you find out that somebody has been writing the same type of story for 1,000 plus before that story? What do you do when you find that out? That's what I want to know from them. What do you? They acknowledging that we telling them about a story that predates them, but how do you not discard all of the stuff that they told you about Adam and Eve as being the first man if you find out it's a lie? Is that how that works?
Once again, they believe it's the word of God. So it's very difficult. But what we have to do is to maintain and be solid. And when you said, well, sometimes you feel like it's a waste of time talking with them. I feel the same way. That's why I said, I'd rather keep on teaching the Mother Nature. Because we could have some interesting conversation. Some Abrahamic believers, when they have methodology or scholarship, it's very interesting to talk with them because they will make the distinction between their belief and the facts. So you have a lot of you see, actually, it's safe to say that most of the archaeologists, most of the Egyptologists, they are Abrahamic, but they present the facts. You know, I mean, this academia anyway, they don't want to make a fool of themselves. Now, a fair bit of them, they're trying to use the fact to validate their belief, but hey, it is what it is. Now, just for the record, on page
Okay, so
39,
bam.
just for the record, this is the same book here. On page 39, it will not probably show very well, but on page 39, we have the hieroglyphic transcript. Now, this is just the hieroglyphic transcript of the second Moses Stela. Okay, I will have to remove my background, but just so that people can see that was that was his name. It's written in the glyphs, so we're not making it up. Hold on, I'm gonna have to remove my background.
Don't have an internet reference.
No, this will not be online. That's in the book, Oh, but no, you will find it online. And that's a good point you made because I'm going to look for it online. I'm sure we will find it. So the background should go off. Okay, I have to do original then. All right. So where my finger is, it says apopy. So people can pause that video now or later on. And so here it says apopy. So basically that's apep, apophis, apep, apopy, that's the same. That's the same. This is variation. And here, ipepi, because many times what we pronounce with the R sound is actually the E. For example, amen. We say amen, but it's amen. So we have the reed leaf, that's the E. We have the determinative of the man with the hand towards his mouth. Then we have the two stools or map or mat, reference Q3, which is the per sound. So, and then finally the reed leaf again. So ipepi. So the name is there as written, the name is there as written. So it's not something, it's not some creation or invention. But now what I'm going to do, because you made a very good suggestion, I'm going to see if I can find somehow, well, maybe the Stella, but at least the hieroglyphic transcript. And I think I know where I can find it because I have a page with a lot of text. It might not be that one. Well, okay, Central Jews probably. Central Jews corpus. Camose. Camose. Camose text spearhead. Camose text spearhead. No, it's too short. Oh well, it's okay. I ain't gonna waste too much time with it. I mean, it's not wasting time, but I've given so many records. I mean, it is the second Camus Stella, and the funny thing is that in the video Kemet and Ma'at or Introduction to Kemet, I quote the Camus Stella or Stele. Now I don't know if it's the second one that I'm quoting, but we're gonna find out. So here, Kemet and Ma'at. So hold on. Okay, that's just the advert. And that's right in the beginning.
What was that about Orion's belt?
Well, you can see it. You can see this is regarding the shape. I mean the placement of the pyramids.
Okay.
So is it before or after? It is probably before. Yes, it is there.
problem. This is the numbers in bracket are the God in the list number, and it can be useful, even though our ancestors obviously didn't use that. Some of you might say, fine, okay, but where can we see Kemet? No problem. This is the second Kamose Stela, number J43, at Luxor Museum in Kemet, Egypt. We are going to see where it's showing that's line 23. Slowly but surely we're getting there. Here it is, in the middle of your screen. There's a slight close-up with the Meduneta transcript underneath.
You see, the irony is that I made that video probably in 2008, and in order to document Kemet written on an original artifact, I happened to choose the second Kamose Stela or Stele. I was aware of the Hyksos then, but I didn't know that on that stele we have the Hyksos king Apep or Apophis. So it's funny sometimes how history goes. Ironic. It's just so funny. But there's so much record. There's so much, and this is one of the reasons why people can see how useful it is to be familiar with the Medu Neter. Now, when I hear people talking about slavery, I ask them for the record, because when they will put up eventually a record, I can go and read and see if he talks about slavery, and that's an advantage, because if you cannot read, it's not an obligation, but if you cannot read, you have to rely on translations. And some people have been very slick with their translation. For example, the translation of Negro for the Nubians. But that was back then, because there was a time when Negro was kind of an acceptable term and very common term, But, that's Nubian, So, yeah, feel free to add on, brother.
So basically, they turned Nuwet off into Nubians?
Nuwet?
Nuwet. The NBT.
NBT, that would be Nebet. That would be Nebet. Well, a lot of people say that, and I might have a quote somewhere, that the word Nubia derives from the Medu Neter Nub. And actually, I'm going to look for a quote so it doesn't come from me. If I put like that, probably no. So, oh no, that's the right one. So if I put Nubia, I will have too many results. Nebu maybe. So if I put Nebu, but that's James P. Allen, so it's okay, and he's still he's still alive. So I'm gonna put the quote just there. Now, share screen. But just to finish with that quote here, the guy said that the second Kamose Stele talks about the letter of Apophis or Apopi, the Hyksos king, sent to the king of Cush. So I'm not claiming that this is the sole reason why there was the sole reason for all the conflicts between the Nubians and the people of Kemet or the ancient Egyptians, But this is obviously, it's safe to say that this is obviously the reason for at least one of the conflicts, Now, that being said, if I go down, Middle Egyptian by Dr. James P. Allen, PhD, page 26, it says, Egypt itself was the center of the ancient Egyptian world. The countries around it were called simply Hassut, deserts. You remember what I told you about Hyksos, Heka Hassut, Heka Chesed? Now here it has Hassut translated as deserts, but if people go to some dictionaries or grammar book, they will see ultimately that Hassut can be translated as a foreign place. I mean, I can do that after, but I want to stick to that now. So Egypt's southern border was at Aswan, Egyptian Abu, about 400 miles south of modern Cairo. Beyond was the land of Nubia, which comes from the ancient Egyptian word Nebu, and Nebu means gold. So I don't know if I really answered your question clearly, but feel free to rephrase the question if I did not answer your question.
No, that was perfect. I mean, pretty much something that I'm pretty much aware of how things go. Like I said, I've been looking at stuff and trying to go through dynasty to dynasty to try to get a better understanding of actually what happened, and then draw my own conclusions along the way. Because, like my friend said, somebody else has been messing with this history, so you still have to question, things along the way, even though they do have a lot of documentation. They also are missing a lot of documentation and also hiding and withholding a lot of the information that probably would give us a better picture. You know what I'm saying? You also have to deal with and we have evidence of this from Alexandria in the north to the flooding of Aswan to the south. So you know what I'm saying? The picture is far from finished. So we just definitely gonna have to continue doing our due diligence. And like I said, when I look at a lot of stuff and do a lot of my own research, it's still things that we definitely need to question. You know what I'm saying? It's just not like the fight ain't over with. Like they put in DNA and then they take mummies from the north and all that
Yeah.
type of stuff. That's what I'm saying. So that's all I'm saying, Shaka.
Yeah,
The
but
fight is not over.
we don't need to trip about that, because my video entitled Black Ancient Egyptians and the follower Black Ancient Egyptians Part 2, that's a visual evidence. So people can put up all the DNA stuff. I mean, so we have the visual evidence. And
Yeah.
one funny thing though is what I just showed. The term Nubia derives from the Medu Neter Nebu, and we have some people who say that the Medu Neter has not been deciphered. So it has not been deciphered, but we have some words that we use to this day that derive from the Medu Neter. And that's funny. I even have that video here that I made a long time ago. And I think I quoted the Oxford History of Ancient Egypt. But here, I'm going to share the page. I mean, share the video here. Even the word Sphinx, So.
What are you saying about the word Sphinx?
Well, there it is here. The book is called The Oxford History of Ancient Egypt. And it is even recommended by my university in the Egyptology course, in the Egyptology program. So I don't have the page there, but in that book, The Oxford History of Ancient Egypt, I think it's edited by Ian Shaw, Ian IAN, and then the surname Shaw, I think it's SHAW, but don't quote me on that. You have the book title so you can find it. Khafra's pyramid complex contains a feature not repeated elsewhere, a huge guardian statue to the north of the Valley Temple, close to the causeway ascending to the Pyramid Temple and the pyramid. It is a human-headed lion, couchant, which is French for laying, now known as the Great Sphinx, a Greek term that may derive from the Egyptian phrase Shesep Ankh, which means living image. So even the term Sphinx that we use possibly derive from a Medu Neter term, But people say it has not been deciphered. And then I'm going to look for the one I'm going to share it, because some people might have not had a chance to find it. But this PDF with all those words in different African languages that basically derive from the Medu Neter or have similar words, but even some European language, not just African languages. And I want to show it to the people. I can show them better than I can tell them. So Africa's relationship, West Africa's relation with Kemet, online. So I'm sharing the link to the PDF. Share it in the chat. So Medu Neter.
Okay, when you get done sharing that, I want to share a map that I want to
in. Yes, no problem, brother. It's found in several African languages and even European languages. I'm gonna put even some, so nobody's gonna, be nitpicky. So here I've shared the link to the in the chat here, so everybody can just download it, and it's from the website called Ankh Online. This is the journal headed by Dr. Theophado Benga, And if you don't know who Dr. Theophado Benga is, you all know about the Cairo Symposium with Dr. Shekanta Diop. So Obenga was Diop's partner. He assisted, he participated in it, you know. So he's very instrumental. So this is comparing, this is a lexicon comparing the morphology of the Middle Nature or Pharaonic Egyptian with the Wolof, the Gara, the Pular or Fulani, the Banda, the Mandingo, the Nuer, the Douala, the Greek, and the French. So what I'm going to do is go straight to the Greek and the French, which will be at the end. Oh, that's the Greek here, is it? Yes. Well, there's a fair bit for the Greek, actually. There's more than I expected, actually, because I didn't really dwell on it. So here, let me see. Yeah, it's large enough. So here it says Egyptian words that passed through the Greek language. And this is taken from Dr. Theophado Benga's book entitled Egypt. That's French, obviously. L'Égypte, la Grèce et l'école d'Alexandrie. Histoire interculturelle dans l'Antiquité aux sources égyptiennes de la philosophie grecque. If I was to translate it, it says Egypt, Egypt the Greek, as in Egypt the Greek one. Oh no, my bad, my bad. I made a mistake. Egypt, Greece, and the School of Alexandria, intercultural history in antiquity, at the source or going at the source of going to the Egyptian sources of Greek philosophy. All right, and the editor is called it's edited by both Kepera and L'Armaton. That's the name of a publisher from 2005. Okay, so you have the book title. Now he says, and he talks about an American here. He says, let's note that a similar work of detecting Greek words directly derived from the Pharaonic Egyptian has been done independently of the work quoted here by Martin Bernal in Black Athena. Black Athena writes back. Martin Bernal responds to his critics. Duke University Press, Durham in London, 2001. And more recently in Black Athena, The Linguistic Evidence, Volume 3, Rutgers University Press, 2006. Many people are familiar with Black Athena. And Martin Bernal is not a brother. He's not a black person. For those who want to label us blackologists, because some people have some nerve. I mean, we deal with historical facts. You know, it's like if somebody talks about ancient Greece and we say, "Oh, you're a white supremacist," because the guy talks about ancient Greece. So if we talk about African history, all of a sudden we become blackologists. But anyway, ancient Egyptians, Hut Ka Ptah, which means the sanctuary of the Ka of Ptah. We have the Greek here, Aegyptos. Now it's a shame they did not put the pronunciation here, but that's Aegyptos, and in French, the Egyptian. Here we have Kemet, of course, and here it says the black country, Egypt. And here we have the Greek, but here we have the pronunciation, Chemia. So in French, chimie, that you call chemistry in English. Here we have Per Item, the house of Atum. In Greek, we have Pithom. Kash, and here it says Kush, Nubia, Ethiopia. That's the Greek, Kush, and it's the same thing in French and also in English as I had translated it. In French, we say Nubi for Nubia, and in French, we say Ethiopie for Ethiopia. Here we have Wahet, and in Greek, that gives us oasis. So the word oasis derives from the Medu Neter. But for strange reason, we have some people who claim that the Medu Neter has not been deciphered. I suggest that they should remove the word oasis from their vocabulary, therefore. We have Kah, lemon, land, and in Greek, Gaia, land. Heben, I made a video about that. Heben, and in Greek, We have ebenos or eben, and in French we call it eben, but in English you call it ibani. The word ibani derives from the Medunecher, from the hieroglyphic, from the ancient Egyptian language, you know. And the website that I have used shows Hebony, because remember, you might have variations, you know, with some words, but between Hebben and Hebony, the only difference is the E ending. And it is a St. Andrew's University. So my source is reliable. And here finally we have a Seshen, lotus flower, and we have the Greek here, which gives us Susan. Susan. So apparently the given name Susan derives from the Medunecher. Here we have Hebi, which means ibis, and in Greek we have ibis. Here we have Neret, vulture, and in the Greek we have Nere. Now, if this is a T, then that would be Nertos. But don't quote me on that. I'm not fluent in Greek. So in French we call it vautour. In English you call it vulture. Medja, measuring of dates. Now dates is the actual fruit. And in Greek we have that word. Now it's a shame because we don't have the pronunciation in Greek, but it's a measure of capacity. We have ipt or ipet, measuring of fruits. And we have that word in Greek. I don't know how to pronounce it there. I mean, this I think is a first sound. So I don't know if it's pronounced oifi, but you know, once again, I'm not fluent in Greek. So in French, it's boisseau. I don't know how to translate that. But anyway, I'm not gonna do all of them. But this one is so. This one is interesting. IREP, those who take the Medu Nature classes with me, if they went far enough, we've seen that word IREP, which appears very often because when you have offerings, it comes up very often. You know, so RIP, IREP, wine. Now here, that's like the A sound. That's the R, if I'm not mistaken, and this is the P. So it looks like in Greek it was probably pronounced irepis. So erpis means wine. Vin is a French word for wine. And you know what? I'm gonna go on Google Translate.
I was I was over here thinking the same thing, Shaka, but I was wondering, can you use Google Translate on that? But
so
you know, I didn't want to interrupt.
And I'm going to do it in real time. Actually, I'm going to do it in real time.
But while you doing that, let me show the area where we was talking about the Hyksos, if I can.
Yes. Right after I do the translation, I'll let you do that. So Greek. So I'm gonna put. Can you see it? Yes. Gonna make it larger.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see in real time. Wine. Here's classy. How did I spell it when I read it?
Yeah,
no,
go back.
I did not. I did not spell it.
It was
that way.
It was VIN. No, I think that was the French.
It was different. No, vin is the French, yes, but the Greek it was different. So you know, no, I don't know if they have some other words for. Oh no, it's not the one, is it? No, it's not. Is it the same? No, it's not the same.
Go
show
back.
more.
You
show
can go
more. Okay. Well, I don't have it there, but you know, they might have some other terms for wine. You know.
No, I was saying go back to the other page to spell it like you spelled it before to make sure.
Oh yeah, I didn't think of that. Good suggestion. So here I'm pasting the word. Oh, it says herpes. Well, you know, but if it is like classical Greek or ancient archaic Greek,
it may be off.
Yes, because if people look up the Hadith or even the Quran, because it's classical Arabic, which is not spoken today, it's like old English. If you try to use those translating tools, it will be off. Now, sometimes for single words, it will be okay, but when you try sentences, the translation will be very messy. But anyway, you know, I tried in real time. But go ahead, brother. you wanted to share something?
Yeah, let me see if I can here. I don't want to share that. Now hold on. I actually do. Hold on. So, and then I have to click share system audio as well. Well, I don't have to share any audio. I don't have to share any, but I just seen that down there. Now, why would it not let me share? Or maybe you got to let me share or something.
It's not there yet on my end.
Yeah, it won't let me share anything at all.
Do you know how to do it?
That's what I'm trying to.
You see at the bottom of the page, you have first
Yeah.
mic.
It says present.
Exactly. So
and then which one do I do? I hit Chrome window or something?
Is it a internet page you want to share? That you want to share? Sorry.
Oh, okay. I got it. Shaka, my bad.
Okay. All right. No problem.
Can you see it now?
Yes. Yes, it's there. It's on the screen.
See, so this is where that lavender area. See where it says Hyksos right there on the map. See, this is what we need. We need visuals like this, Shaka, so we can give real visualization to the situation. Because see, they got people thinking like the Hyksos is way down here all the time. Like they took over the whole thing, but really they were just some people sitting over here in the corner plotting. You see what I'm saying?
No. I would say that there were more. They were really in the delta, and I think the reason.
No. This map is going to change if I keep.
Okay.
But this is just the beginning, and they're showing if you can see that little oval shape, that was their headquarters at that time. And then if you just keep going on, see because you see this says the 13th dynasty.
I'm going to make it larger, and yes, Avaris. There it is.
Yeah, see, I can't see that. So it's the 13th dynasty down there in the blue. And see, they're going to clash, and then they're going to wind up taking over probably in the 15th dynasty and starting the 15th dynasty. So I wonder what dynasty was. I'm going to stop sharing. How do I do that? Yeah.
Well, I can do it.
I got it. But yeah, I wondered where was APEP off in that particular part of the story, the guy that you was talking about, because they said that was the 14th dynasty. So when was APEP around?
I can go. APEP here is they don't say the dynasty because the dynasty this is from the kings of the let's say the indigenous Egyptian kings. Those people were not.
So you saying they didn't even put them on?
No, I'm saying I don't think they will give us a dynasty for foreign rulers. But the date is 1585. So if I need to look at the dynasties to tell you the equivalent for.
See, this is what I'm saying. That guy, the video I just shared, he gave them the 15th dynasty. I'm telling you. So see, if you saying you got contention with that, we need to be having people like you.
No, I don't. No, I don't have a contention with that. No, what I'm saying is that it's like the dynasty is like families of rulers. So like King Tut, Tutankhamun, that's the 18th dynasty. I don't think you will ever find like Apep or whatever Hyksos king of such and such dynasty, because the dynasties is like really the indigenous Egyptian rulers. But indeed, whenever he was there was an Egyptian dynasty. So, but if you say he says 15th dynasty, then I guess that's what it is. But I was just going to double check. Okay, I'll go on Wikipedia here because then I will have the whole thing. Egyptian dynasties.
Maybe of ancient Egypt dynasties. What would the Hyksos dynasty?
Well, let's see what they say. I don't think there's any such thing as a Hyksos dynasty. But here, actually, I will share it so people can see how they label
watch
it.
That video is going to be a dynasty. I'm trying to.
Well, I don't know. I'm not really sure because let's have a look together. You see,
where is 15?
I think that's when the Hyksos come in. So we have the second intermediate period, and here we see that the capital is at Avaris. So that's the Hyksos capital. So I think that's when it starts.
Okay, what dynasty is that right there?
is dynasty. Well, it starts from dynasty. That's 14, and it ends in dynasty 17.
Okay.
So between the 14 and the 17 dynasty. So 15 dynasty here.
They see
Well,
they
if I,
saying if you
oh
click
yeah,
that
yeah, you're
map,
right.
you
You're
see
right.
that
You
map?
no, you're right. He says Hyksos in parentheses. Now, if I click on it,
See that map right there? That was as far down as they got. See that map to the right
yeah,
there?
that one there, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
see, that's going to show you, and see, they're going to say that Thebes was just right there. That was all, and they're saying that the Nubians was down here doing their thing. See what I'm saying? So that's why I'm talking about visualization, so we can be able to show these people like what was actually going on in the time period. Like, see, they're saying that but see, I'm putting Thebes. See, this is how I do it, Shaka. I'm putting Thebes with the Nubians at this time because if they was that small, how do they kick them out if they had that much power to control all that land later on? They
Well,
got together with the Nubians and kicked their asses out. I'm telling you.
one thing is that we cannot make
See,
affirmations,
yeah,
without any data to back up our stance. But for the record here says, 15 dynasty of Egypt, because if I go back here in parentheses here, dynasty 15 in parentheses they put Hyksos, and when I go there it says 15 dynasty of Egypt. The 15th dynasty was a foreign dynasty of ancient Egypt. It was founded in Salatis, a Hyksos, no, sorry, from West Asia, whose people had invaded the country and conquered Lower Egypt. So Lower is up north. The 15th, 16th, and 17th dynasties of ancient Egypt are often combined under the group title Second Intermediate Period. The 15th dynasty dates approximately from 1650 to 1550 BC. So here they don't call it the Hyksos dynasty, but if somebody does, I understand, But yeah, just for the record. But we have those records. They probably had, like we've read, that they've used, magi and mercenaries from Nubia, so probably they got their help, but it's very important for us that, when we talk about ancient history, we can, if we're not familiar with the original artifact and its language, then that we call scholars. People have credentials, and then we're good to go. But unfortunately, in the conscious community, everybody in their mama claims so many things. Like, and that's why I'm very happy also at my interview on Sanetta, because people have seen. I was there chilling, and everybody in their mama made some claims, but nobody backed it up. So that's really a learning experience for some, and that's a testimony that, okay. And at one point, the sister said, "Oh, you're asking me for stuff as if I'm an encyclopedia." So now it's like, the reproach made towards me is that, it's as if I'm asking something that's unachievable or extremely difficult, extremely hard. No, it's not. I mean, you can take your time, like Smash Rock was said. If you don't have it ready yet, and you can come back. No, 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 no. You can come back later. You can prepare yourself. You know what I'm saying? And but anyway, yeah, I don't want to be too long with that.
right. But yeah, like see, like Dr. Ben, in his video, and I would like somebody maybe to substantiate that because see, like I said, I don't think Dr. Ben was just pulling stuff out of a rabbit's hat. I think that the things that he said actually was something that he had sourced or read before, because people just don't say things like that. I think he said that the Nubian border was as far as Aswet up until the 11th dynasty.
Didn't say Aswan maybe, or
no,
okay.
Aswet.
Well, I don't know what that place is. I don't know
Okay,
all the cities.
hold on.
Yes.
I know where it's at now, but
do you know how to spell it?
It's Asyut.
AS. Oh, Asyut. Okay, Asyut. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
Yes.
have different language barriers,
Yeah.
Shaka. So
Yes.
as soon as you know what I'm saying. So based on, and that's he's saying that was the border, and I can pull up the documentation if you need me to. I got the timestamp on that as well. So that's and we know that Nubia was once at Aswan. So I wonder what does he mean by that? And that kind of makes sense because when you start to look at the cultural continuity between the Badarian culture, that's as far north as that culture goes. When we're dealing with Dynasty Zero and stuff like that, when they do the cultural continuity from the excavation, from the archaeology, they're saying that it went the Badarian culture was as far north as they went to have cultural continuity with anything south. You know what I'm saying? Like the burial rites and stuff like that they use, like mastabas or whatever they use at that time. So yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, I wanted to show that I had that Black Athena book as well that you were talking about. Even though he's a white scholar, he was recommending me, you have to read certain things if you're trying to find the right information.
He caught a lot of heat. His claim wasn't popular, but a lot of people don't know that he has part 2 and even part 3. But the funny thing is that I want to check if Asyut is not close to Beni Hassan or Amana. Hold on. If I put, I'm going to put Wikipedia.
Type in the Nome map if you can find that, and that'll help you.
Nome map. Now,
of Egypt, because they have gnomes on other.
Of course. So Nome, Egypt. So if I look at the map here.
Sure, let me see if there's a wiki.
Yes, it is exactly what you said. When you put Nome of Egypt, you have that map. I'm going to show it now. So Asyut is here's Asyut here.
See? And look what Badari is.
Nearby.
Yeah.
And you see here when you go up, you have Amana. Now Amana, that's Akhenaten city. Because he was so unpopular that he left Thebes or Waset and he built a new city. And just on top of it, what do we have? Beni Hassan. And that's Beni Hassan. That's the painting that shows.
Yeah, that's what you keep showing.
What is described as the arrival of the Canaanites. Now, some people, probably less scholars. We probably have more people who are not scholars making that claim. But maybe some scholars kind of allude to that or wonder or present a hypothesis. But some people will say this is the arrival of who's that guy again? Like Joseph and his family, because they'll
do
Joseph was, according to their narrative, he was there, and he was like a number 2 after the Pharaoh because he interpreted the dreams and all that. But at one point, his family joins him, according to the narrative. So, but anyway, what is it that you wanted to add on?
No, I was just saying that they'll do. That's exactly what they're gonna do. Is continue on with the fiction. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, like when you dealing with that stuff, like what I just showed, and even in just in connection with what you talking about, it's a big puzzle that has to be put together, and I don't think that it can just be put together. I think we need to get together, just like I'm gonna tell you, when I was a Christian here in America, like every Easter they would show the what's the name of that movie? The 10 Commandments, right? Bam. They would show that, right? And the family would get around and we would watch that movie, right? So we need to put a production together, because even if you look at like Science Channel, if you look at the History Channel, the changing of the imagery of the pharaohs that they do in this is psychological warfare. See, people don't understand how deep the war is, because even when they do the renditions and they're telling you the history of it, but they're using European actors to as the kings, and they may sprinkle in an African dude you know, passing a bucket or something like that to show the yeah, it was some Africans there. But you know, for the most part, y'all were just in subjugation of what this is out. See, we need to start putting in production like they're doing. So I know I understand what you're saying about funding, but we have to really address what we need funding for. We need to show them, like if you watch what this brother, what the European did on the chronology of that, we can show that to our people and say, hey, this is the type of standard that we need funding for, so we can refute and show it in the images in the way that we need to be showing it. Yeah, so you know, sometimes it's just the way that you when you're asking for funding, you got to put it in a way to where they'll understand what the funding is for. You got to be more kind of simplistic with our people, because they don't really understand. Like when you say, man, I need a donation, they don't understand.
No, they know, and
I'm telling you, Shaka, listen to it. No, I'm telling you, I'm here in America, so it's different.
No, but I agree with what you're saying, and I understand. Now, you know, it's not an obligation to donate. You know, if people don't donate, it's fine. But you know, what I was saying is that it's important to remind the people that it's important that should, you know, think about it. There's some people who are very good at drawings. There's some anime. Somebody had like some, how do you call it? When you something's in preparation. What's the term again? There's a technical term, like if you have a series, a pilot. So somebody has put a pilot for an anime, and for like, you know, black anime, like, you know, and I've seen some people who had some drawings, like the pilot was for video anime, you know, like Disney do many times. I've seen some people who has like, I don't want to say comic books, but basically anime in book form, depicting ancient Egyptians as black, you know. Now, do we support them? Are we in contact? Are we in communication? Now, one thing that's a bit amusing is that you will have every now and then some anime or cartoons of Black Cleopatra, but that's not accurate. Cleopatra was not black, you know. She was from the Ptolemy dynasty. So, you know, we do what we can, but you know, the guy Ryan Coogler, I think his name is. I don't want to mispronounce his name, so
yeah, you said it right.
Okay,
the guy from Black Panther.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, Ryan Coogler. Can you imagine him making a movie about Kemet? It would be world changing, you know. So I don't know how far I will go with my studies. But who knows? You know, we might, a few of us might work on a script and introduce it to him and ask him, you know, is that something that you will find interesting? We might even ask people to contribute for the funding, because he might be interesting, but he might say, well, you know, they ain't gonna fund that, you know. And Malcolm X, you know, Spike Lee, there's a video of him saying that, you know, he didn't have enough funding, and the studio were going to take over. So he said, you know, he was inspired by what Malcolm X said, and he called Janet Jackson, he called Michael Jordan, he called Magic Johnson. Then he said, I called Michael Jordan, told him how much Magic gave, you know. So he got help by people from the community, you know, and I'm sure after the movie was released, he was able to pay them back, you know. But there's so many possibilities, but one thing is a reality is that there's strength in numbers. You know, there's only so much we can do if there's so few of us, you know, and we are really a minority. But that minority that we have, you know, if we get on board, you know, we can get somewhere. You know, Jabari already has a large organization, and amongst Jabari, around Jabari, you know, you have Baba Heru and you have different shrines. We don't only have the shrine of Ma'at of Jabari. There's other shrines as well. The other shrines will be less popular, famous. And that's one reason why, you know, there's a brother that, you know, apparently is changing now. I was like, man, you go here talking about those shrines, and you know, our people have a hard time getting out of the Abrahamic narrative, and now you're deterring our people from being interested in those shrines. And I'm like, you know, but to me, I feel like that was the past. You know, I and others have defended it. You know what I'm saying? Smash Rockwell, I respect the way he goes about things, because he has a great deal of respect for Reggie. He says Reggie is my teacher, but you know, when you're wrong, you're wrong. You know, and we have to be able to say that to one another. You know, so I'm kind of hopeful for the future, but it's going to take time. It's going to take time. The proposition that you made it would be great, you know. But who's going to do it? How much is it going to cost? You know, so but this is a great proposition. You know, I have so many ideas in my head. As a matter of fact,
well,
I've
like I
stated.
said, Shaka, those links, especially maybe you should click that first link. You will find out that this guy he's getting funding. He's getting funding to do this. So however he's getting funding to do it. See, I don't have a problem with seeing how people who went and doing shit, excuse my language, and mimicking what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? So like they did it to us. So so I don't see nothing wrong with us reverse engineering when they have certain production that's of a standard that can help us get out of the situation that we in. I suggest, brother, when you get your leisurely time, just look at one of those videos and see how it's put together. And then maybe you could see a vision of where maybe we could do something like that. And then I would be willing to either campaign. I have products that I can sell to try to help us get towards that goal. Because we can't just keep talking about stuff without producing something for our people or just for the next, not just our people, but you have a daughter and I have grandkids and offspring too. So we have to leave something for them.
Yeah.
That's where the real value is to make sure that the next generation don't have to start off at 37 like me, learning relearning my history instead of learning it from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? And I'll yield the floor.
Yeah, and the products, you know, there's a good sister, RP. We talked about that, you know, merchandise, you know, at least clothing. We all wear clothing, you know, and this will be good, but you know, I would say we need more people at this stage. But with the economy, we can come not only with uh goods and services or material or anything that has to do with the scholarship and the history, but even things that we use on a daily basis. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to say a guy's name because unfortunately he had a very horrible accusation, but you have some organization that will ultimately be successful because they will manage to sell things that we need. Like if you sell clothing, if you sell soaps, toothbrushes, you know, shoes, you know, and your community consumes that, the wealth stays within the community and it grows. I mean, those mega churches, it's the people who give the money. Now you have other churches that are not mega churches, but it is maintained by the people, whether they give the tithe or not, the tithe or however you pronounce it, you know, a tenth of their salary. So when we have enough people, there won't be a need for large contributions. You know, it will be to the point. Yeah, it will be to the point where there's so many of us that we just have to contribute, like, I don't know, $5, $10 for a project. You know, so, and we know there's a GoFundMe as well and stuff like that. But I think at this stage, it's kind of the Kemetic organization or the Kemetic people structuring themselves. Like, what do we stand for? Where are we? You know, and Kemetic, even though we have Dr. Ben and other people, you know, Ricky Yaman, has Asa Heliod, um, that the ancestor speaks, Ankh Mira, and those are the people in America. You know, also, of course, we had Shekonta Diop and the disciples of Shekonta Diop, Theophilo Benga, who is still alive. But in a sense, it's as if, you know, the Kemetic science, as some people used to say, it's as if it's like new.
It is.
And it's as if those Abrahamic believers, they're like, man, what you talking about? What you do? Fake stuff, blah, blah. You know, like earlier, that guy, oh, fake Hotep guy, or fake, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. And they act like, you know, but as we engage in conversation, people realize, hey, we're nothing to mess with, you know? We're not some clowns, we're not some little homies. Yeah.
It's definitely in its infancy stage.
In a sense, because it started, you know, even
though I mean, coming from America, you have to look at what we went through as far as not being able to look at text for so long, and being reprogrammed. Is pretty much what happened.
Yeah.
The first thing that they do is they give us the Bible and tell us that that's the historical view of the world.
Yeah.
We don't get out of that until the 1800s, where we start to question and we start to look for other things. But see, you have to look at the chronology, and that's why I say I'm a chronologist, because I deal with everything in a chronological order. That is the only way that you can really gain an understanding of it. So, bam, we get into the 1900s, and you have people leaving those and going into Hebrews, going into Islam, and all of these other things that they're starting to learn about. We only find out about this until Dr. Ben, Sheikh out the Diop, then bring this forward. So just think about when now, but it was bubbling on the underscene with Drusilla Dungy Houston, Arthur Schomburg, and you know what I'm saying? It's bubbling, but it doesn't get, you know what I'm saying? Marcus Garvey gets wind of it, but he's still a Christian, because you know what I'm saying? It's not really, it's in its infant state. So now just think we in the 2000s, right? We're in the 2000s, and then we get the internet. Bam. Now see,
that's a different, bam.
But okay, I don't want to skip over Dr. Clark and Dr. Benham. You know what I'm saying? They pushing it in the universities and starting the African study with Dr. Leonard Jeffries. See what I'm saying? So
James Smalls, the people from Ascot. Even though I don't agree with Karenga.
And what's going on in France and in Europe at the time? No, we don't know about the great teachers that you guys were dealing with coming up. What's going on over there at the same time?
Dr. Shekonta Diop, he studied in France. He gave lectures. His main book, his magnum opus, Nation et Culture, Negro Nations and Culture. And you have a shorter version, and I said it many times, the shorter version that you have in English is African Origins of Civilization, Myth or Reality. He has plenty of books actually in French. And even though he went to America, there's even a TV interview when he was over there. But Dr. Shekonta Diop, he was there, even though he returned, to his home country of Senegal, and he even lectured in other countries. Like there's a video online where he lectured in Niger, I think in the capital Niamey. We have also Theophile Benga, who gave several lectures and published books as well. He had books published by French publishing and also other publishing as well. And there was a group of people. They had their organization, and their website was very famous, very quoted. And unfortunately, the website was no longer online. I heard that the webmaster didn't get paid, so he pulled it off, and which is a shame. And but those guys, they are quite advanced in age, and one of the most important of those guys has recently passed away. It was called Omotunde. People knew him recently as Kalala Omotunde, but earlier we knew him as Jean-Philippe Omotunde. And that brother, I've spoken to him, and he told me about the ideas that he had. He was a visionary. And in France, actually, at one point, I don't know if he started in 2003 or 2002, but I know in 2004, I went to one of their conferences. They would have like 2 or 3 day conferences yearly, and they would invite people from all over. Leonard Jeffrey came for one of that event. And you have other people also from America who came for those events. So he was doing well. He was doing well. But unfortunately, there's a Pan-African dude who's very famous because he used Kemet. He was first in the Nation of Islam. He was kicked out of the Nation of Islam, but he told people that he left it because he realized that those religions were not for us. He used Kemeticism, like people say. He used Kemet, basically. Portrayed himself as a Kemetic dude. And then the dude converted allegedly to Orthodox Islam. And he returned to the Nation of Islam. And now he's dissing Kemetic people. So he used that. And this guy, he went against those elders, but even told me that Diop was a gorilla, but gorilla not in the sense like a beast, like you say in America. It's like really, it's like saying a monkey, but bigger than a monkey. But anyway, that was a phone conversation. He didn't say that publicly, so he might deny it. I don't want to say his name because but since he converted to Islam, well, all the Muslim, the Arabs, Negroes, they were happy. Oh yeah, they're happy. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes, and that's why recently with the recent events, I'm like, oh, so it's gonna be the same now. You've been talking about Kemet all this time, and now you're gonna do a switch on us, you know. But anyway,
well, that's fine. That you use what you can when someone goes to an AD religion. You know what I'm saying? You have to point that out. You know what I'm saying? Like you're dealing with you're in the chronological perspective. You've left the origins of history for AD history, and then that would bring into question your intelligence. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I understand, but
that's how, because you got Rizza Islam, right? He's I'm not sure if you're aware of him, but he's around acting like he knows all kinds of things about history, quoting things about Kemet and such.
He's a Scientologist.
Yeah, okay. But then when he quotes things about Kemet and the origins of history, I have to ask him, well, then if you know all this, then why are you still dealing with Islam? See what I'm saying? Because you as an intelligent person, you would deal with things in a chronological order. That's the way it works.
I understand. But it's a matter of choice. It's a matter of choice, you know.
Yeah, but we can't keep allowing it to be a matter of choice, because it's detrimental to the. Well, hold on, listen. It's detrimental to the separation of the African nation, because you got half of Africa dealing with Christianity and the other half of Africa dealing with Islam.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? This is a real situation that like I think a lot of people take this stuff for granted, but I'm very like militant minded in my thoughts as far as like how this is going. So like, watch this, Shaka. Now I don't know if you can see that. You see that back there?
Yes, I see it.
What is that?
Well, we have the red, black, and green, and we have the eagle, which will be Heru. And it looks like the eagle or the falcon. It's a bit dark, and we have the sun disk. Apparently, it's the sun disk between in the middle of the wings.
Yeah, you know? So that's original rendition of what Heru looked like. I put Heru on that flag. Me personally, before me, it wasn't an original rendition of Heru on any flag around. You understand what I'm saying? So when I found out our history, that's what the ancestors spoke to me and said, hey, you see that on the presidential flag right there? That's yours. And they're using that same presidential flag for their kingdom or for their nation. That is what we use. What is this? What is the first or second tribe of Kemet? Or the first or second known?
The first is Tasseti. The second, I'm not sure. I don't know them by heart, but Tasseti is the first one. That's Nubia.
So Heru is the second known. I think it's.
Is it? All right. Okay, I'm gonna have a look because.
You just was on the known map, and you read Medinetti, so you can tell us. You know what I'm saying?
I know we have the Shemsu Hor or Shemsu Her, basically the followers of Heru. So that wouldn't surprise me. But let me look at the list here. So that's Lower Egypt. I'm going to look at Upper Egypt. Okay. So Upper Egypt first is Tasseti, and
the
second is now I'm not familiar with the word Wedges, but it's Wedges Her. So Her is basically Horus. Now, what does Wedges mean?
What's on the standard?
It's Horus, it's the falcon.
Okay.
It's Heru, yes.
Well, so that's the tribe of Heru right there.
What does Wedges mean? Okay. It doesn't give any translation. Okay, well, I might come across it later on. I have so many books to go through.
Hold on, Shaka. You don't know? Oh, man. You're supposed to be on that. Cut that out, Shaka. I thought... Man,
but what we said, there's nothing we can do about our people being Abrahamic. We cannot change them, and I'm not really trying to change. I'm really trying to present the information, and it's on them to see what they decide. But we're gonna have to coexist with Abrahamic believers. There's no way we can do without that. But we need something of our own, and we have to be careful not to get absorbed by other movements or organizations. We really need something of our own. That's why I'm very happy when I see Jabari's organization. But just to finish my thought, in France, his brother who passed away, along with another brother, they had a library in the middle in Paris, and not only they had a library selling books, but they were publishing their own books. They had the machine to produce the books. So they had a website which was very popular with many articles. They had the library where people could go and buy books. They were publishing their own books, and they had a room downstairs where they would hold conferences. You know, so when I went back to France, I was happy, but unfortunately, we have Brother Smash. How you doing, Brother Smash? Rockwell, Hoteps, and E.
Hey, peace. I hope you don't mind my camera being off. You know it's me.
I don't
I'm
mind.
just.
I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind.
It's 4 in the morning in California, and I'm laying in the bed. But what's up?
Yeah,
I heard
I
y'all
know.
building. I
What's
heard
going
brother.
on? What's going on, Smash?
I was proud of Brother James just showing his knowledge right here. I think that word means throne. It's just it's an obscure word for throne. And I think that second spot is the throne of Heru. And so possibly early on in Kemet, when they talk about the Shimsu Heru, that possibly could have been a location that they came from. But yeah, I just wanted to build. What's up with y'all?
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You see, and I know we talked about you about all the time that you took into refute those repairing arts claim. People don't realize how much. I mean, I know because obviously I'm familiar with the language, and I think a lot of people don't realize how much time it takes. You know, because if you look up like Abrahamic stuff, you have all the stuff like you just do one little search. On Google, you will have all the other stuff like Christian apologies or whatever other stuff about Islam. But when it comes to Kemet, you have to search and go scroll through the pages to find some results.
You're right, and we all get to a similar level of knowledge, but eventually, time is the aid that will help one researcher, possibly if he's correct, prevail over another. Because you got to dig for this stuff. I mean, and then you got to understand languages and be able to verify it and all of this stuff. So I do appreciate that. I just simply got some time on my hands, so being an artist and at the age I'm at, I'm in the house a lot, and so I'll be thinking, why you want to debate me? I don't got nothing to do, like nothing to do. I could just sit here and just look you up forever. But yeah, I'm not here to filibuster.
Mm. I'm sorry. There's one thing I didn't get. You say why you want to debate me?
No, I wasn't talking about you. I
Oh,
was
okay,
talking
okay.
about people, like people who be calling me out. Like I just never
Oh,
call out a person with idle time. You know what I'm saying? With just time, he just with 24 hours every day to
Yeah, I know
research.
what you mean. I don't know. You're like
oh,
you calling out the wrong person is what he's saying. Because
yeah,
I got plenty of time to do the research that it's gonna
yeah,
take for him to come out victorious. I feel you,
yeah.
man.
I mean, I remember when, the adept dude, and we don't hear about him lately, but um, uh, one brother, because I want to say shout out to the brother. I was on his platform, but I remember when he proposed that you debate with him, I was like, no, that's not a match. That's not a match. But all those people calling us out, I understand. I understand the dynamics. On their channel, they barely have anything going on, so they need some exposure. But um, debating is not. We can still share the information without debating. That's why many times I tell people, we can have a discussion. It doesn't have to be a debate. We can have a discussion and present some information. But some people, they prefer not in the sense of fighting, but they prefer the confrontation, like I show stuff and you show stuff. But a lot of times people have debates and they present information. They misquoting people, or the information is bogus. But the people don't realize that, and they feel like, oh, he won. When they do, when if you verify, so it's like more of a performance. You know, the conscious community debates are more of performance, because the majority of the conscious community debates anyway, they are not made by scholars or by people who are well, I will leave it there, because now I'm almost a little bit uncomfortable now that I'm officially a university student of Egyptology. I don't want people to start saying, "Oh, but now you're grandstanding because you're in the field." But eventually that might come with the territory. But at least someone like Zion Lex, if he's talking about, this Hebrew stuff, he's familiar with the Hebrew language. So that's a good point on his part. Now with us, they talk a lot of good game, but I keep asking for records because I would simply go to the record, and I'm able to read a fair bit of it, and I have the dictionaries, if I need to take it further. So, but most of our people, they're not familiar with that. So if they hear those Hebrew-Israelites or Christian apologists or Muslims talking about Kemet and saying inaccurate stuff, they don't have any way of verifying if it's accurate or not. And I really like the fact that you also took the time to deal with this slavery, because the interesting thing is that the new Reggie that I like this new Reggie that I heard. First, a couple of days before, he said he will show slavery. But when he went on your platform, you guys spoke, and ultimately, there was no slavery to show for. So, but I don't want to be long-winded.
Yeah, I mean, like, it depends what perspective people are coming from, because if you're being vindictive and you want to try to take any prisoner of war and say, oh, look, he caught these 90 people after his campaign in the Levant, 90,000 people. And it seems every attestation just you brought was a result of a war. And so normally when thinking about slavery, even when African Americans talk about slavery, they're not talking about what happened as a result of war. In this instance, for some reason, we pull out all their war documents and say, look what they did to people after a fight. And so where they could have lost, where the Egyptians actually could have lost that fight, what would have happened to them if they lost the fight? And so it's just very disingenuous.
It is, because like I told Brother Pan-African James, did they expect the people of Kemet to place the prisoners of wars in 5-star hotel and and do their nails, and then they would have said, okay, they were nice people? I mean, come on now. I mean, ultimately, they might show us some records, and we will look into it, and whatever is factual, it is factual. But like I said, if we do have records for slavery in Kemet, that will only make us the same as those people that they believe in, and in their literature, they have practiced slavery, even in the theology, but even in history. Historically, the Muslims, the Arab Muslims with the sub-Saharan slave trade that lasted about 1,000 years, and that's still going on in some countries, some territories. And we know very well, the Judeo-Christians, the European Christians, and Catholic, but it's the same thing. But anyway, there's a distinction. About 400 years, this is a reality. But to their credit, they have stopped. So it will only make us the same.
Yeah,
Exactly.
No, the same. Not exactly the same, but keep going.
Some of this stuff, like I said, we're gonna have to be, like I said, I've been thinking, like, and see, like, Smash, I got a presentation I'm gonna put together. I just got my computer back, as you can see, I can actually show my screen and stuff now. But I got a presentation on that Neanderthal stuff that I was talking about. I want to go ahead and present. You know what I'm saying? So I can just get some clarity on what the actual experts are saying. I don't have time to be listening to Ngozi and Unc, and I want to see exactly what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? Because the person is speaking in plain English, and he's not parsing out the 2.5% of the DNA of all humans outside of the continent, which I think that 2.5% is what they explain to make up their phenotypical differences. So I don't understand how do you want to explain that away? You know what I'm saying? And just say that it's just point something of it's point something. You know what I'm saying? When they say 2 point to actually going our way to Papua New Guinea, 7.0. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna put that together so I can get some clarity, because I've been doing research on that for several years, and I've never heard them say what they're saying. So, and maybe they can explain it to me, because they never can explain something in a simplistic way to where we can get a clear answer on what is actually going on with that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, personally, when it comes to the DNA, it's really not my field. I'm not
Right.
familiar with it.
You know what I'm saying? But I know it's not any of us field, because actually what I try to explain to them is this stuff has just been brought to the forefront in like 2010. That's when they discovered that Neanderthal DNA was still alive. So how does it not play a fact in that they found some new DNA? How does it not change the balance of what they thought, right? If you just found out some DNA, if you said all Neanderthal DNA was dead until you found it, when you find 2.5%, how did it not go into the equation of what you found? You understand what I'm saying? Is that not simple enough? Yeah, y'all understand what I'm saying?
I think they.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I wasn't saying much. I was like, I think they did. I tie it into an equation. I do hear what you're saying, but I will be looking forward to seeing that presentation. Like
Right.
Shaka said, you know, I don't spend much of my time researching DNA.
Right. So see, that's how y'all deal with the language and y'all dealing with the primary. But see, that lookership, all of that stuff that they use. When I try to use that, they throw that out because they'll try to use DNA or something. But with the the pigmentation of the artwork and all of that stuff, or the afros, they'll explain that away. So you know what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to get a handle on this DNA, so maybe we could box that out the way too, because
but
it's a such thing as non-African DNA, is all I'm saying. How is that possible?
You know, they're not the only one, because some Hebrews were like some black Hebrews were like some black Muslims also. They're trying to support their claim of black Semites with the DNA. And one brother, Afro-Asiatic or Asiatic Black Man 19, used to talk about it all the time. You know, E1B1B, E1B1A, whatever. And but what is it that Ankh and Gozi are saying? What are they saying about ancient existence? Because you mentioned they're here, so are they dismissing that?
Well, they're saying that the people that are there today have always been there, and that's what I mean. And that's
you sure? Both of them?
Yes, that's what they're saying. And it's just some confusing language to me. To where it seems like they're accepting something that's trying to explain something away at the same time. Like you see these people in America, they're taking down all the statues, and then they can rewrite history later on if you don't have any type of documentation to show what's going on. So now they're saying that there's no race. And that's all that stuff to me, because I've dealt with America for 53 years, and I know that it is a such. You know what I'm saying? So it's just confusing for me. Maybe I'm a dinosaur or something like that to accept these new terms when I know how this stuff was used to subjugate African people from our inception here in America.
Well, the statement that there's no race, that's very recent. That's very recent, and I can understand, but then we have ethnic groups and stuff like that, but I would be surprised. I would have to hear it from them, because like this is Amenhotep III, and that's from the Louvre Museum, and everybody can just type in Amenhotep. The Greek way, probably we will have the result. Well, actually, I'm going to share the direct link. So
see, I need to get like you and just start video clipping, sound biting, so I can get right to it. That's exactly what they, So I'm
Museum.
Like, after you share that, if you don't mind,
I don't mind.
look up something called the family tree of the 18th dynasty.
Yeah, I will do that. Amenhotep III, and I'm gonna put Akhenaten's father, and Tutankhamun's grandfather. All right, so you have the link there. And just for the benefit of the court, so that people can have some visual, I go back, I've put in on Google, Amenhotep III, Louvre Museum. First result, that's the Louvre Museum's website. There it is. And it says mural painting between 1391 to 1393. And you see here it says Amenhotep III. and you even have that part. Okay, so I've this is the same one, but the lightning is different, but here you
I
have
see
like
that.
better lightning. So I will really have to hear it from themselves. Now, you want me, Smash Rocket, to look the family tree of the 18th dynasty? Was that it?
Yeah, and you can probably click images and see if you see an outline of that
I'll do
family.
that. I
Yeah.
shouldn't have it. I shouldn't have. Sometimes you do as a reflex. I just close the page. So the family tree of the 18th dynasty, and do you know the website that I should go to,
I
or should I
don't,
go
but
on Wikipedia?
click
Oh,
images.
images. My bad. My bad. You said images. Yes. So images and
Damn.
Let me turn my phone to the side to see if I can have display the outline.
what
It's
will
one
it
of
be?
those
That one?
outlines. I
Will it
gotta.
be?
I think it's the one to the right, but I gotta turn my phone so I can see
Okay.
the whole
So,
screen.
oh, that one maybe.
Auto rotate. Hold on 1 second. No, it's not. It's not that one. It's like
Not that one.
more of a
So
scholastic.
maybe that one there.
Sorry that I'm trying to do it this way.
Oh, no
Well,
problem. No problem.
I'm on a family tree, so I should recall this that the name of this document when we try to look it up. Now
Okay.
I'm expanding it so we can go to the people you're talking about, and it'll be harder for people to actually come to the conclusions they come to if they can actually see how the family tree works. So we were just talking about Amenhotep the third there, as you see, if people could see him right on the screen. Uh, and after we looked at an attestation of what he looked like, you see what I'm saying? He's the result of parentage of Tutmos the fourth, and it should say who up there, not Tuya and Thuya. See, that's another mistake people have made because they say Tuya and Thuya possibly could have been Matani, but we looked them up too and find out that all of this is conjecture. So let's go over a little. I think. Oh no, you don't have to go to the left. I'm zoomed in too much. What is that name next to Amenhotep the fourth?
Damn, what happened? Oh, okay.
That
I'm on the
name.
other.
What's that name right there?
I
That
cannot make it more. I cannot zoom in more,
I
but
can't
it's
see.
it's Amenhotep the fourth. Amenhotep the fourth or the third?
And so here's the question: we Amenhotep the fourth is Akhenaten. We're looking for
Yeah.
Amenhotep the third,
Oh
and I
yeah. So
can't.
next to it is Tiye.
Okay, so next to above, I said Tutmos the fourth.
Oh
The
yeah.
name.
It's so you have Thuya, Thuya, and then right. I mean, yeah, on the right side, then we have Yuya, Yuya.
Okay, but what I'm trying to illustrate is the picture you showed of Amenhotep is the result of Tutmos the fourth and that name to the left
Oh,
of
I'm
him.
sorry. My bad. Mutemuya.
Okay.
Mutemuya. Yes.
And so we don't have I don't know if they have pictures of Mutumwiya or not, but we could clearly say that one of those two had to have looked something like Amenhotep the third in order to produce Amenhotep the third. I
Correct.
don't know how far off I am, but y'all know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, and so if we go, let's go up under Amenhotep the third. If they show him, oh well, I'm zoomed in different than you guys. I'm sorry. Now we know Amenhotep the third and Tayi. We also see pictures of Tayi. It's funny because they try to conject that she was a Matani princess as well. Have you heard those? That conjecture?
Oh, I think I'm gonna check my notes, but it's either her or Nefertiti because I remember there's a brother who argued that she was from Mitanni, but I think actually the father was like some sort of official.
I right there to the right. I think it says shows him on two over from Tayi or whatever, and then it goes down to Nefertiti, right? So that says
uh,
I. Is that I? I can't see. It should AY.
yes, it is I. Yes, it is I.
Well, if we
AY.
if we go through this tree, a lot of the things people use to show foreign presence is dispelled. Like for instance, they say Thuya and Yuya must have been Matani, but then they produced Tai. So somewhere in that lineage, as we look at her, the iconography she left for us to see of what she looked like, somewhere they must have had her with the Nubian. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's no way. And then we could keep going down and see the result.
Yeah. Who is that one to the second to the left right there? She looks like is that a female? With the afro, like the second to the left at the very bottom. I know that's T right there. Go down to what Amenhotep III and T's. What is that? Is it their daughter? Go down one more.
Yes, and so people will say they're wearing Nubian wigs or what have you.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, that they can say what they can say, but a couple of them look like they got clear froze. You know what I'm saying?
The other one got some braids all the way to the left at the bottom. She look African too. So
I must say though, we have to be careful because the wigs is something, it is said that they used to wear wigs, that particularly like the royal family, the wealthy people, they will wear wig because they were shaving to avoid I forgot if it's lice, but those sort of insects or whatever. So possibly the nobles, the people who could afford it, will wear wigs. And in museums we do have, not so many, but we do have wigs as well. So I wouldn't say that they are completely lying if they are saying that people from the royalty were wearing wigs, but I don't think that in all the depiction that we have seen, like Pan-African Gem shown on the boat, we have so many people. I don't think that all those guys were wearing wigs, And besides the hair, we still have the phenotype, the shape of the nose and the lips and the skin tone. And like we have seen in Beni Hassan, we can see the difference when we have the Hyksos or Canaanites, as the. I don't know if you had time to see, Brother Smash Rockwell, that video from the British Museum. They say that the Hyksos were of Palestinian descent, so Palestine as Canaan, But I have it in the chat there, so if you have time, you can look it up. But that's what they say in the British Museum, and also I've shared the link to Britannica. If you put Hyksos on Encyclopedia Britannica, it says that they are of Palestinian descent, therefore that they are Canaanites. So when we look at Beni Hassan, we have the on one hand the Hyksos or Canaanites, but let's say Hyksos and the Egyptians, and we can definitely see the difference, at least in terms of the skin tone. But I'll leave it there.
Well, I'll promote that and we don't have to look through everyone on this show, but what I'll promote people to do, if they really want to get to the bottom, and look up each individual on this chart, particularly some of their predecessors and some of the younger ones' predecessors, and what we'll find is every single one that they claim was supposedly from Matani has often been retracted. The majority, even on Wiki, you could try to just go through Thuya and Huya and look right on Wiki, and they'll tell you, oh, well, we're not sure if they're from Matani now because of certain things. So a lot of the old scholarship people lean on to say that they had this Hittite blood or this Anatolian blood or what have you has been refuted.
Correct. And remember that Smash? I went and looked at Queen T's mummy, and when you go through all of the flim-flam and gymnastics they did to make the mummy that looks like a non-African be her, that mummy probably more than likely is not her, because where she was buried at, they didn't find it there. They found it slung in the corner with no sarcophagus or anything amongst three other mummies, and they just labeled that to her. That's what
I'm glad you researched that. They definitely found that money out of a sarcophagus, right? With no labeling.
Slung in the corner.
Everybody know that's like finding a dead body. I mean, the difference between finding a dead body in a coffin with a tombstone and just finding somebody laying in the corner of a room like they found her. But it wasn't her tomb either. They just said, and so I'm glad you researched that and brought that forward.
Correct. And then see, now we go down here to Nefertiti, And they already said that bus that they're using for her picture here, that's probably a fake bus. You see what I'm saying? See how everybody else shit look different. Look at her bus.
Well, I is supposed to be her father, so I did a lot of research, and the I and him coming from this foreign place ain't in the text. But and so maybe she's the result of him and a Canaanite woman or whoever they try to say. So be it. I don't think that's impossible. But when you look into when you look into the homework, it's all being refuted. You can pull up any one of them and you'll see what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I'm just talking about the questioning of that bus the famous bus that they used. They said that a dude made that. You know what I'm saying? It's in question of the however you said the authenticity of that bus. Just that particular bus. You know what I'm saying?
Brother, you're talking about the Nefertiti bus
Yes.
Oh well, it's anonymous. So for whoever to claim that it is Nefertiti, we have to ask them, why do you say it is Nefertiti? We don't have her name.
Okay.
You know,
exactly.
So despite anything that we can say, first of all, it's anonymous. Now I forgot if he was in Anthony Browder's book, Nile Valley Contribution to Civilization, or I don't know if he was Ma'achiru Tep, Kemetic Sulism, but I remember reading that who knows, maybe it was an article, but I thought it was one of those two books. But I remember reading that all of a sudden that bus was found in a workshop somewhere in Germany. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't recall. Now, maybe it's not accurate what I've read, but when I read that book, it's not like, oh, they did some excavation and they found that bus. No, they found it somewhere in a workshop. But anyway, it's anonymous. Her name is not there. So why do they say it is Nefertiti?
Mm-hmm. So I mean, I'm not trying to what they call that. What is this new word?
I'm sorry, brother. I apologize. I just want to say now, some people might argue that this mural painting of Amenhotep III doesn't have any name either, but it was found in his tomb. And there's a website osiris.net where you can see some of the paintings that were taken and ended up in museums. But go ahead, brother. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead, Pan-African James.
No, I'm just saying I'm not trying to blackologize everything that's going on here, but someone got there before us and labeled everything, and some things need to be questioned. That's just all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I don't say that everything that they did was wrong, but then when I look, you know what I'm saying? Because I do extensive looking at things too. And I'd be like, man, something ain't right with that, the way that went down. You know what I'm saying? Like they said, they minimalized Egypt down to Thebes and had them pinned in between Nubia and just Thebes area. And then you're going to tell me that little small area was able to conquer the Hittites, the Hyksos later on without any help from anyone? See what I'm saying? When you thinking, that does not make sense. They had to have gotten help from the people from the South to exile. And see, that's what Dr. Clark says happens. You know what I'm saying? But see, I think that they say that that's just blackology, but I think that that's just us thinking and making sense out of stuff that does not make sense. You know what I'm saying? But I yield right there.
Well, I don't even like that term blackologist. The first time I read it, it was this Asahimo fake dude. That's crazy. But then again, he's the guy with his partner who used to argue that the Asian Jews are not black. But then when I heard the another brother using it, I was like, damn, that's how you get down now. But that brother has changed, so I don't want to say his name. I hope But I want to share for the record Nefertiti's face that many people have not seen. And this is from the Ashmolean Museum. I've shared the link in the chat. So the Ashmolean Museum is located in Oxford, England. So whoever has the opportunity to go to the British Museum in London, the Ashmolean Museum is about 2 hours bus drive. So it is worthy. And her name, is there. But I'm just going to play the video.
Ashmolean Museum, Oxford, England. Now you're looking at Nefertiti, Neferet-E-T. This is the clearest depiction that I have ever seen of her. And I will show you the reference in a minute. So I had to take my camcorder because with my mobile phone it would not have been able to zoom close enough. Look at the features. Now you can see on the side you had number 2, so we're going to read the reference. There is her daughter. Let me read the reference to you. So this is about the royal family. We go to number 2. Fragment of a limestone column depicting Queen Nefertiti offering a bouquet to the Aten. Following behind is Princess Meritaten shaking a sistrum, a musical rattle. Great Palace, Tel El Armana. And then given by Martin Kennard, and I don't know, but I'm thinking that maybe what follows is the reference AN 1893.1-41 in bracket 71. So here it is. Here is Nefertiti.
I thought that in the video I read her name, but the cartouche here, that's where her name is. See, we have the Neferet Et. So that's there. Now on top here is basically Eten here, or that we call Aten. And then like we know, I guess that will be Neferu. It's funny we have 4. Usually we have 3 for Neferu, but if somebody wants to dispute in that cartouche, we have her name. If they really want to take it there, we can go there. Some people might argue, okay, well, this is the Armana style. It is true, this is the Armana style, but still we can see the shape of her nose and her lips. So we don't have the color because this is a carving. Maybe back then they had the color, I don't know, but this is definitely an official and accepted depiction of Nefertiti with her name.
Yo, Shaka, what kind of crown is that she got on there? Oh, looked like she had on some horns or something on top of her crown.
Yes, it might be the horns that you see on Montu, But let me see. There's a view. Yeah.
Okay, bam. That's better.
Yeah. You ever seen
Montu? She got horns? The 2 plumes too. Is that right?
It looks like the plumes or feathers of probably of Amun, but yeah, it looks like it. Looks like it's not complete, but yes.
Now see that she looks like a Akhenaten, and who is it, his wife? No, she looks like Akhenaten in this picture right here.
Yeah, she does because it's the Amana style. The Amana style was different from the typical style of ancient Egypt, so they look very similar. It's true.
Okay. So was she okay in proximity to him? Who is she? Is she a daughter of his?
Nefertiti. You don't know Nefertiti?
No, I don't. I mean, it's so many kings. I don't know in what order they are.
Well, Nefertiti, that's Akhenaten's wife.
Okay, now, okay. Now I knew when I've seen her with him and holding a child, but see, you were saying something like this was the first another rendition or something. I guess that we hadn't seen before.
Well, the depiction that I said this is the clearest depiction of her that I have ever seen. Okay. But yes, there are actually a few artifacts where she's holding the child, or maybe the child is sitting on Akhenaten's lap. Sometimes we see her behind Akhenaten while he's basically praising the Aten, and you see the rays of the sun with the Ankh at the end. So yeah, there's a few depictions of her, but the most famous is that anonymous bust. There's another thing I wanted to say. Apparently, I might have the quote somewhere, but apparently Nefertiti, and in a documentary, they state that there was a Pharaohs of the Suns. I uploaded those documentaries on my private social network on Ning back then, but one was called Pharaohs of the Sun. There was one about Amenhotep III. So to make the long story short, apparently first she was supposed to be the wife of Amenhotep III. And maybe she was with him, but he died shortly. So either he died before she became his wife, or she was with him and then he died, and then Akhenaten took her on. But I would say don't quote me on that because I'm not sure if I have a quote there, but I'm just saying it for the record, and other people might have heard that. You still there, brothers?
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm here. I thought Smash was gonna add in or jump in or something. I think he's muted out.
But I mean, it's like there's so much that we could talk about, but our
Correct.
people are trapped into that Abrahamic matrix where they make claims without backing up with anything. You know what I'm saying? Like they just open that book and read. The sons of who, the son of this, the son of that, and blah blah blah. And if you look at that name, it means that. I mean, it's like, man, but it is what it is. That's a reality. We have to deal with it. But what I would like is for the Kemetic people to have a more regular presence, because really, like I said, I'd rather go through the artifacts in the museums because I still have plenty of pictures, and us to go through them and practice, do some exercise, reading exercise of the Medu Nature. I would prefer to do that.
Right. We just got to figure out a way to market it or package it in a way to where people will see the benefit off in it. You know what I'm saying? So that may be a way to another angle to, because see, I always look at different ways to try to get stuff done. Um, Maybe if you like, we got to figure out how is that going to be, um, beneficial. Maybe to the next generation. Maybe not this one, but we do need people learning this stuff so we can continue on the research for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Because like what Smash was saying, when he goes through the records, a lot of people can't go through the records. You know what I'm saying? And look and see, hey man, something may be up with this Amana story that they've been saying. So, like you said, man, Smash has been a great help ever since he showed back up as well. I mean, y'all came back right on time because I was waiting. I was like, "Where's Smash at?" And then you showed up, and I was like, "Oh man!" So, like, I've been in this probably since about 2008. That's when the internet presence with this type of information showed up. Maybe 2008, 2007. So, I was just pretty much just waiting. My indoctrination was never really, to where I would be able to hold on to stuff, because a lot of people will get indoctrinated with something and then they'll leave that and go into something else that's false history. And I just hate to see people do that. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll go from Christianity to Islam, or they'll go from Christianity into Hebrew, thinking that that's really I don't think that, because we was once indoctrinated. So I don't think that it's nothing bad about it. I don't like how we kind of like have to argue with them about this, because I understand that they really, but it's like when they try to use little slick stuff to not learn. That's where I get frustrated. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they don't really have a need to learn it, because the game is laying down for them. Like Europeans, they don't need to study their culture like we do, because through the movies, through the holidays, their culture is just laid out. When I was living in England, there was a very popular I don't want to call it a shop, but uh, those big catalogs. You have those companies where they issue a very large catalog, and they have about anything that you will need inside of a house, and you just order it, and then they mail it to you, or they mail it to one of their centers. When in England they have a similar thing, but you actually get it directly. You don't have to wait for the shipping. They have it there. Except it's a very heavy machine or something like that, like like a working out machine or whatever. But most of the thing on the catalog, they have it there, so you can just collect it. It's called Argos, and I lived in England, and I purchased in that place for so long, and so many years later, as I read, and I found out Argos is a town, if I'm not mistaken, in Greece. And I
Right.
like, damn, there's another drink. Um, Hold on, I'm gonna put the town. So Argos, city of Argos. Okay, well, even in Indiana, there's a town called Argos, but Argos Wikipedia. So it is. Yes, it is a city in Greece, and there's a drink in England also called Rubicon. And years later, as I read, about history, I found out that Rubicon is, I think it's the name of a river, but it is hold on, Rubicon is, yes, it's a river in Italy. So I'm like, man, they have names of drinks, names of brands, and it ties them to the Greco-Roman world. So they don't really have that need to study, because they have their book and that book lays out a system that we have been under, and they're not even interested in getting into anything else, because they are appealing to our people who are already into the Abrahamic belief system. But like Chris Harris says, they they put the ingredients, they shake it, and they say, "Oh, actually, it was black folks. That was us." So our people are appeal with that. But yeah, it is what it is. We do what we can. But like you said earlier, you had those people who were dealing, with Kemet. You had the people from ASCAC. Dr. Mario Beatty is currently the head of ASCAC, and there's other names that we have mentioned. But the internet, that was a game changer, because now we can reach so many people so much faster, and that's a good part. That's a good part. And besides the fact that we can reach people, we can also have access to material, whether it is books, videos, museum
Man,
websites. Yeah.
like Smash and you guys just introducing everybody to the TLA, like that was big. That was a game changer. Like, what the hell is that? For the most part, people don't even know that you had tools like that. Like Smash even shared a resource where you can pretty much get a lot of books on PDF for pretty much for free. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't have these tools to where we can go and do research like that. So
go ahead, Brother Smash.
Oh no, I was just saying resourcefulness is one of our, strengths with the internet. If we sitting around with the internet and we ain't figured out a few things, how to turn it into an income stream for ourselves, as well as how to be resourceful in what we love. It don't stop at Wiki. And so some of the tools I share, one of the advantages I'm just saying is that we can get to the primary attestations quick, and it helps us get past the secondary sources a lot of people bring that make these pseudo claims.
And like I stated before, it might have been on your channel, Brother Smash. As I registered at the University for Egyptology, they give us, the guidelines and tools and advices, and then in some of the introduction, they tell us about the TLA, and they tell us how to use it. And I was smiling. I was like, man, my brothers put me on game about that, because before you guys spoke about the TLA, I didn't know about it.
Yeah, are you saying in your real official courses they're telling you about using it? Wonderful.
And like I said before,
hold up, Brother Shaka. So you telling me you already know how to use the TLA fluently? You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't say fluently. No, what I'm saying is that before Smash and Saim Kai and even Reggie, I mean, I don't know which one's the first one that I saw using it, but it was definitely on Smash Wakwa's YouTube account that I was introduced to the TLA. I didn't know about the TLA before that, and then as I registered, for my Egyptology course at the university, they give us recommended books. They outline the program, and they introduce us to that tool. So there's that PDF. They say, okay, that's the TLA, and this is how to use it, because it's not that user friendly, but they're just giving us basically instructions on how to use it. So of course we can always ask our professors or fellow people who have studied before and are higher than us. But I was just trying to say that they officially, I think it probably all the university that teaches Egyptology, they will do. But in my university, yes, they told us about the TLA and how to use it.
I've seen a presentation on Metal Nature from the Oriental Institute, and that was one of the first things he recommended. I recommend people watch that too. It's a very good one. It's online, Understanding Hieroglyphs or something like that. About 2 hours from the Oriental Institute. Introduction to Hieroglyphs.
And whenever you hear Oriental Institute, brothers and sisters, that's Chicago.
Yeah, I think I'm subscribed to that channel.
And
go ahead.
No, I was just going to say people are confused when they hear that name, Oriental Institute, but it speaks a lot into what Europeans tried to do to steal Egypt out of Africa. There's even one that you had to apply to the Oriental Institute to study Egypt. That's crazy.
Yes, yes, yes. That's, they basically placed Egypt in the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? And but I wouldn't really claim. Well, when it comes to Egypt, yeah, that's a foul. That's foul. That's wrong because it is in Africa. But those people, were known as Orientalists. Orientalists. So, they figured, okay, we take the Levant, the Near East, the Middle East, and we take Egypt as well. we, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
I think it was the Egyptologist Kara Cooney who gave a story about how when she applied to get her grant through from an African perspective to study Egypt, she got denied, and they told her to reapply for it through Western studies, and
Mhm.
she was through.
But it's probably back then. Uh, uh, a lot of people who will study Egypt will be into the Oriental departments, but now you have I don't know that like I think in Oxford University, I think it is Near Eastern studies, and then you can have a specific forgot the term, the jargon, but a specialization in ancient Egypt. But some universities have a strictly Egyptian curriculum or department, let's say. But still, even that, usually that will be on the arts and so on. But anyway, you
So
know,
Shaka,
but
you going to get your degree in Egyptology?
that's my aim. That's my aim.
So
I registered.
so how long do you think it's going to take you? And I mean, pretty
Uh,
much with you already. I mean, what does that entail? That didn't require you like get learning the language or something?
well, at the beginning we don't do the language. There's a certificate that takes 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Then another 2 years for the master. So another 2 years for the diploma, and then another 2 years for the masters. But there's one person who's doing the masters, and he did it right after the certificate. And I told him I would like to, because we have our message board. So I told him, hey, I would like to do that. I would like to skip, the 2 years for the diploma, and I asked him, how does it work? And he told me that it basically depends on your grade and performance. And if they see that you're doing so well, then after you finish the certificate, then you can move directly to the master's program. So my aim is to do the master's, and if I could do it in 5 years rather than 7 years, I'll be happy.
Right. I would say
And
I'm
and
thinking maybe you should, based on what you already know, this should
mm,
be a breeze. You know what I'm saying? But
well, when we
maybe
will learn the language, yeah, it will be very easy. That's for sure. But we don't start with the language. But I think my professor knows, because when I applied, I actually used the MDC to basically type some literature. I just explained the books that I've read, and the one that I have already. And I think I mentioned I'm going to museum, but I didn't talk about my channel though, because I was scared that oh no, this guy's an Afrocentric. We don't want it. But I just let it be known clearly when I apply that I'm very familiar with the language. I kind of wrote I don't want to say a lengthy text, but it wasn't just one sentence. It was more like a short paragraph. So yeah, the language, it will be just so easy. But we haven't got there yet. We just started with the history and so on. You know. So I mean, idealistically, I wouldn't mind the PhD, but if I don't get any support, I think I would stop at the masters. you know. But
oh,
over the
okay.
years, it might change. Over the years, we might have more people and more support, and we'll see. But the masters, I will be happy with that. I will be happy with that. So that's my aim at the moment.
Correct. Well, yeah, man. It's good to as an elder brother. It's good to see that we in good hands for the future. that's that's all I can say. So by the time, I guess, if you say you what around 40 now, so by the
Yeah,
time you get
40.
to 47, see, you still won't be as old as me now. So by the time you get to 47, you'll be a PhD, right?
No, if I want to go to the PhD, it's
Oh,
another
okay,
two
okay.
years
You
after the
say
master. So
oh, you
so if
okay.
if I manage to skip the 2 years for the diploma and go straight to the masters, the PhD would take me 7 years. If I don't skip the 2 years, then it would take me 9 years. 3, 5. Hold on. The three for the certificate, the two for the diploma, the two for the Yeah, the two for the masters and the other two for the PhD.
Okay.
No, I think no, it's three. It's three for the PhD. It's three. So it would take me 10 years if I don't skip the 2 years for the diploma. If I skip the 2 years for the diploma, then it would take me 8 years. But anyway, I'm just
Yeah,
going
yeah,
off the
yeah,
dome. But yeah, yeah.
yeah. Well,
But I'm not sure at this stage the way things are. I'm not sure I will go for the PhD. My aim is the masters. Then I will see. Then if I get to that level of the masters, eventually my mind might change. If I see that I have some support, But the way things are, I'm like, I'll be doing fine. And who knows? My aim is the masters. Maybe after I get the certificate, I will be like, okay, it is what it is, Or maybe I will go to the diploma and not reach the masters. But at least even if I just do the certificate, even if some people are saying, well, it's not a diploma, it's just a certificate. It will still be a university certificate from a university, and people will know the name. I will say later on. I don't want to say now. I don't want people to contact me and
right.
say, "Oh, I don't like that guy."
Yeah.
I don't like that guy. He doesn't like Abrahamic people. He doesn't like God, like some people, some Hebrews said.
So
But
let me ask you one question before I get
yeah,
out of here because it's
mm,
getting ready to be morning here in America. But my it was a brother that I was dealing with out of France.
yeah,
He has a
Mobali,
channel. Oh
yeah,
yeah, Mobali.
yeah.
Yeah, he's a pretty good brother in my opinion. Now you said because of you have a little differences. You guys don't do any functioning together because I thought like maybe because you can speak the English, like he doesn't speak English, he just speaks
Yeah, he
French,
has he
right?
has a guy who does the translation. I think he understands a little bit, but he has a guy who does the translation. Now, overall, actually, I was so disappointed and saddened when I heard him supporting that multiple rapist. Uh, if at least he recants on what he said, I'm like, okay, that's okay, because I used to listen to him every now and then, and I used to tell my lady, hey, look at that guy, that yeah. And I used to say that young brother, but she told me many times, hey, he might be older than you. You keep calling him young,
Yeah,
but anyway,
yeah,
I used to tell him, that's what he's doing because he's in the French speaking world or even the French word, his channel is kind of
yeah. That's a
one
nice
of the
channel.
biggest one. Yeah, but one of the biggest one in terms of audience. The quality is nice, the background, everything.
Yeah,
But no, me, I've been the same. When it comes to rapists and pedophile, I don't roll with that. I don't support them. You know what I'm saying? And if they done that and they pay their debt to society, I'm not saying that they should go and hang themselves, but they shouldn't be leaders of black organization. So the
correct.
guy that he was giving support to is the head of a black organization. You know, so that's all I have to say. I think he knows about me. Well, he probably do because he's close to two bastards that I used to roll with. Those guys who film my parents' house and put it online and threaten me, slander me. So Pan Africans in France, a lot of them know me and they don't see me in a good eye. So obviously, usually what they would do, they would just talk some nonsense, but they never come. They don't want to come because they know the deal. They know I know. I don't even want
What
to say
the
their
hell is
secrets.
going on
Yes.
in France, man? I thought
Well,
y'all
well,
was getting
well,
along.
well. The things you see, I think when it started, and I want to show you so you can understand. I want to show you so you can understand. It won't be long. There's this guy. The people think that he has a that guy that guy claimed that he has a PhD, man. That guy claimed that he has a PhD. Now he's a certain age, and with black people, when somebody is a certain age, we say he's an elder, so whatever he says is accurate, is correct. But that guy is just lying so much. Uh,
Yeah, we
you
dealing with that here too. We got
No,
people
but
that's
he's on another
representing.
level. For his age, he's like really on another level. But I'm gonna share it so you can understand. But my scene was to disagree with him. And I was courteous, I didn't call him pseudo or anything like that, but I was like, that's too much. I mean, I'm about to share the link. That guy said that Prophet Muhammad was black and his name was Mamadou. Now, Mamadou is probably a name that you don't really hear in America, but in West Africa, Senegal, Mali, it's a very very common name. And Mamadou is just the African version of Muhammad. You know, so saying that Prophet Muhammad was black and his name was Mamadou, I mean, in France they have a French way of saying Muhammad. It's Mahomet. It's like me saying Muhammad was European and his name was Mahomet. That's just extremely ridiculous. But here is what happened there. I went to, that was the second time I went to his lecture. The first time he started doing a little bit of, this acrobatically gymnastic and stuff like that. But I'm like, nobody's perfect. You know what I'm saying? And I went to the second one. Yeah, I went to the second one. It was about Islam. So I'm going there, and this guy, he pulls up a video that I had already seen online, and the drawing is from the Nubians. So I'm gonna remove the sound because there's some music from Styles P, and I don't want to have the copyright stuff. But that's the guy here, you know. And in France, the Pan Africans, they think that this guy has a PhD because they call him professor. I had never seen his degree, and I'm sure he doesn't have a PhD. Um, they think it's like the next best thing next to Diop, next to Sheikh Anta Diop. So this is the video that he's showing to the people during his lecture that we paid for. It wasn't free of charge. Even if it was free of charge, it's just falsehood. And the depiction is from the Nubians. So it's like from the 80s, probably 80s, 90s. So then
what was he presenting the image?
That's the one there.
Oh,
that's
man.
the one there. Now, this is what the dude said, and it's gonna come on the screen.
12th century.
It's gonna come. But people, I've shared the link. It's in French, of course. There it is. He said, so this portrait is one of the portraits that was made from the testimonies gathered, the testimonies of the companions. He's saying, and he says, this is the method that we call criminology. This guy is saying that they made this portrait from the testimonies of the companions of Prophet Muhammad, as if they say, well, he was like that, his skin was black and stuff like that. And you know what he added? He said, I have other portraits when he was even younger. Now, Islamic studies, it's a field. Who ever heard of some portrait made from testimonies of the companions of Muhammad? If he has some portrait when he was younger, why doesn't he show it? How come this portrait, and people who are familiar with the Nubians, it's like the Amana style. When you see their drawing, it's similar, So this stuff was made in the 80s or 90s, or maybe early 2000s. Why is he showing this? And he says it's a portrait that was made from the testimonies of it's a straight up lie and falsehood, and it's just ridiculous. So I made that video, and then I showed the source, and the source is coming up. It is Sheikh Dawood versus Fard Muhammad. You see, that's the one there. That's what the Nubians used to do. You see? So, hold on. Yes, at the top it says Sheikh Dawood versus W.D. Fard, because Dr. York's imam, the guy, his mentor, he kind of had beef with the NOI. So that stuff was released, And I heard later on, maybe he was threatening, but he asked people to burn it, he didn't put it out. But that stuff is quite interesting. They're talking about Fard Muhammad. But anyway, to make the long story short, that's a Nubian drawing. And this guy tells our people that Prophet Muhammad was black, and here is the depiction made from the testimonies. I mean, it's such an anachronism. It's falsehood. It's pseudo. It's horrible. It's just horrible. And later on, he even said that the Moors were black. And I asked him, so was Diop wrong? Because in his magnum opus, once again called Nation et Culture, Negro Nation and Culture, that's his biggest, that's most well-known work. Diop said the Moors were Berbers or Arab. Basically, he says there's no point saying that they were black. And actually, one of my most famous video back then, before my accounts were flagged, was Origin of the Moors according to Sheikh Anta Diop. Maybe it is still online. Actually, I'm going to look to see if it is still online.
Man,
so
what time is it where you at, Shaka? You like what is that the sun hitting you in the face?
Yes, it's 1 a.m. right 1 p.m. right now.
Man, that is crazy.
Yeah,
all right, man, but let me go ahead and crash out because the sun finna come out over here.
Yeah.
So hey, Smash, I'll check you out later on or something like that. And you too, Shaka. Peace, y'all.
All right, take it easy.
Yeah. So what happened is that I have the video. I'm gonna share it there, and so people can see it. But I asked the guy, so was Diop wrong? And he started talking. He said, no, Diop didn't say that. Now, of course, I gave the name of the book, you know. He said, no, Diop didn't say that and anything. So what I did, I put what he said, and then I just read from the book, you know. And so, I mean, this guy is just freestyling. That's also here. Oh, we have Blaya. Blaya knows what I'm talking about. Blaya is a French speaker, you know. So and he lives in France. So tu vois, je leur parle du professeur, du sèche-cheveux. Et ses acrobaties linguistiques là, quand il parlait des morts et du portrait de prophète Mohammed. So here, if people don't know, for whoever wants to use Diop, like Sheikh Anta Diop did, I'm sorry, like Dr. Wesley Mohammed did, he used a quote from Diop saying that Arabia was a Negro colony, you know, but it was uh, just saying that the kingdom of the Ethiopian king, you know, kind of had dominion. You know, it doesn't mean that it was a colony of black people. It's like when you say Senegal was a French colony or Haiti was a French colony. It doesn't mean that the inhabitants of Haiti or Senegal were white people. You know, but anyway, just for the record, this is where is it? Oh, I'm sharing the video. Is where is it? I don't see. Oh, there it is. So, origin of the Moors according to Sheikh Anta Diop. There's no audio, you know. Oh, actually, in the English version, the African origins of civilization, we have the translation. So it's page 200 to 201. It says the Moors are Arabs, recent arrivals from Yemen, having come during during the Islamic invasions. As already indicated, there are numerous manuscripts that carefully reproduce their genealogy, and the date of their departure from Yemen fully proves this. The Moors produced these manuscripts on any occasion. They are certainly not ignorant of their origin, which they know down to the smallest details. To the smallest detail, their testimony must be taken seriously. It is useless to disregard those manuscripts and to try to find origin and an antiquity on the African continent. You know, so Diop clearly stated that you know the Moors are not Africans and they're not black. Now I know some people will argue that the people of Yemen were um, black, but that's what they do. You know, we have, you know, darker skin people in Yemen than in the northern part of the Arabian Peninsula. But I wouldn't, I would leave it there. You know, if people want, I would leave it there. But
No,
Smash, feel free to add on.
there's some black Yemenites. We know how close it is to Ethiopia, but they don't claim more. See, that's funny. And so they mix all of that stuff up. When you're talking about Moors historically, you're never talking about Yemenites or people, Yemenese people or whatever, however I would say that correctly. And so,
Yeah, Yemenite probably.
yeah. And so you know what I mean? So they mix that up, and there's a lot of that that happens when it comes to I seen you talking about King, what was his name? Juba or some one of those
Yes,
more.
Juba. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see that. You could go look at his coins and stuff and clearly see, yo, this don't look like no brother. And so when I was studying that stuff from my Morris perspective, that's what got me off that. Because I was like, everything I find don't look like it's black. So I can't keep talking this Morris stuff, you know what I'm saying?
And you know, I wish, you know what? We're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to get to the bottom of this. So I will see the two names that Lord Abba gave. But yes, there are some black people in Yemen, but I don't think the majority of the population of Yemen is black. But here I'm sharing the link. Oh, you know what? I will go in order. I'm going to look for the video to what Lord Abba said, and then I will show. So if I put Lord Abba, I forgot the title of the video, but if I'm going to put Moorish and no, it's more shiny. Oh, blood, yeah. Oh, there it is. So there it is. That's the two names he gave me: King Tashufin and Boabdil. So, well, let's listen to it for the sake of it. So that was the first time I actually hopped on Xander's channel. That was over the phone. So I'm sharing it in the chat and I'm gonna play it so people can listen to that. All right, let me share it. And that was 2 years ago. So
I'll wait for him. All right. This looks like a call from France, but we're going to find out right now. Let me see. Peace and Black Power family. What's your name and where you calling from? You. Where you calling from?
My name is Shaka. I'm from.
Oh, God, you got to be kidding me. Okay, what's up, man? Talk to me real quick. Make it quick. What's up?
Yeah, I know long time. It's been a long time.
I can't hear Dougal Kimmy. I'm going to still say what up to you, brother. What's good? What's good?
I'm good. I just wanted to say two things. Yes, I'm a Shaka Dougal Kimmy. The account on YouTube is my forever. Regarding Wesley Muhammad, I have read his book, Black Arabia, and I have also read Tyrick Berry's book. I think we need to stop with this claim because now he has stopped talking about it and he moved to Scientology because he has never even shown any reference describing Prophet Muhammad as black. He has been refuted. Now, my question is, he named a Moorish ruler. I would like to know his name, his title, and the territory he ruled over.
Say that again?
I would like to know if you can name a Moorish ruler. I would like to know his name, his title, for example, if he was a king or emperor, and the territory that he ruled over.
Okay, hold on. Were you watching the whole presentation, brother? Or did you come in later?
Not the whole one. Not the whole one because it's like almost 4 a.m. in France.
Oh, okay.
I catched a little bit, and I heard you talking about Wesley and all that. So,
okay. Hey, brother, did you call in yesterday too?
No, it's the first time I called.
Oh, okay. Okay. First, let me say with what you say about Wesley and Tyrick Berry. I'm like this, right? If you have refuted someone's information, put it in writing. That's my thing. I'm big on.
It is in writing already. It's been in writing on my website.
Oh, I see. I'm not familiar with it, so I don't know. I haven't heard from you in like years. I mean, years.
Yeah, that's because I know that's because my previous account was terminated. But I have a new one now. It's called My Forever.
Okay.
And the article, if you're interested, is on my website. I think you know it. Apostyle, AFROSTYLY.com.
I'll check it out. I'll definitely check it out. But I'm big on that because I don't like for people to just say something may not be right and exact, and then I have no way to vet what you're saying by just your own word.
Now, just for the record, there's only 1 minute 43 seconds left. I don't want people to think that it's gonna be like a 15 minutes stuff. So I'm playing the rest now.
So you asked me a question about naming one Moorish ruler, right? And what was the territory that he ruled over? I want to go back and read one of my sources, if you don't mind. I got Rabon on the line, so try to make this hurry up so I can get to Rabon. This is coming from the World of El Cid, Chronicles of the Spanish Reconquest by Simon Barton, page 218. Mustering the army of Toledo and Castile, both knights and foot soldiers, he went to the land of the Moabites and Hagarenes and carried out many massacres, started many fires and took many prisoners. He captured much gold and silver, precious garments, and all of the beasts of the field, and every place whereon the soles of their feet trod remained devastated. Hearing the news, King Tashufin, which I cite in several of my pieces, was angry and gathered together all of his friends. Well, that's just one of them. Another one that I could just think of off the top of the head was the more, I believe this is called the capitulation, which actually happens in 1491. It doesn't get carried out to fruition until 1492. His anglicized name is Boabdil. I believe that's spelled Boabdil. And his mother, it's recorded that his mother barked on him and said, basically, you was just a weak dude, just to paraphrase it and throw some street on it. So I just named two for you. All right, my brother, you're going to have to call back in later on. I want to bring on this next brother right here that's trying to get in.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, call back in, brother.
All right, so he gave me two names, King Tashufin and Boabdil. So I'm putting the two names in the chat. Now I will show you what they have in the Louvre Museum. I already shared it actually, so I just have to. I mean, I already put the link. You see, that's the link there. Berber King Juba II, BCE period, in parentheses, Moorish fair. So this is, and this time is shorter. This video is probably what, 1 minute something. I'm going to tell you it's 43 seconds long. All right. So let's have a look.
Greetings. I'm the Louvre Museum, the Department of Ancient Rome. And I was quite surprised to see the title of this individual. Portrait of Juba I, King of Numidia from 60 to 46 BC. And look at this one. Portrait of Juba II, King of Mauritania from 25 to 23 BC.
Now, hold on. I gotta stop the video. Now, just so you can understand, you had Mauritania. You can look at those individuals, but hold on. What is this? Okay, that's the next video. Now, first one, King Tashufin. No, where is it? There. King Tashufin, and I'm gonna share the screen. Just like Smash said, you've seen the phenotype of this person, ruler of Mauritania, because they like to say, more Mauritania. Look at King Tashufin. See, Google King Tashufin. Go to images. There it is. Now here you do have a depiction of him as black, but that's a cartoon. That's a drawing. But the rest, you see that? Now this you cannot really tell. No, it's a black material. Some people might argue, okay, that proves that he is black. But all the other paintings, and the Moors are very skilled at that. They will show you paintings of black persons. They don't tell you their titles. They don't tell you which territory they ruled over. They will tell you those are Moors. So that's what King Tashufin. If I share the link to the image, it's going to be the link will be too long. And the second one is Boabdil. So I'm going to show you Boabdil. Any names of rulers that the Moors give you, rulers or not, just look them up.
Is King Boabdil supposedly the last Moorish ruler?
Well, let me see what they say. Let me see. I'm going to share. There it is. So it's actually Muhammad the 12th of Granada. Abu Abdullah Muhammad 12. So he was known in Europe as Boabdil, and that's circa 1400 to 1500. And he's a Spanish. I'm sorry. Actually, Boabdil is a Spanish rendering of the name Abu Abdullah. So he was a 22nd and last Nasrid, and the Nasrid is a well, let's look at it together. Nasrid dynasty was a Muslim dynasty in the Iberian Peninsula. Do you know what the Iberian Peninsula is, brothers and sisters?
Yes.
The Iberian Peninsula, also known as Iberia, is a peninsula in southwestern Europe. So this is basically Spain, Spain and Portugal. So let's go back. He was the Nasrid, and the Nasrid is what? Is the last Muslim dynasty in the Iberian Peninsula, ruling the Emirate of Granada. And Granada is in the south of Spain, basically, or Iberia. So that's from the 12. Yes, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
That's from what time? Sorry.
The time here. Oh yeah, I have to move it. I don't know if it's too small here, but he ruled the Emirate of Granada from 1230 to until 1492, when Christopher Columbus made his long trip to India, and then end up in the Americas, in the
Hold on,
Caribbeans
that don't
actually.
make that. So what? He was like 200 years old. He ruled it from how long?
No, no. Actually, I made a mistake. That's the empire. That's the empire that they call
Oh
the
yeah,
Nash
oh yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
dynasty. Yeah, the Nasri dynasty. Yeah. But that guy, I'm going back to him. So you see, it's interesting because Brother Smash, you asked me, wasn't he like the last Moorish ruler? And we can see how they are using Moorish interchangeably with Muslim. All those Moors that these people talk about, those Moors that conquered Europe, that ruled Europe, they're simply Muslims, and among those Muslims, there were black people. So back to this guy, Bo Abdil, he was indeed the 22nd and the last ruler of the
Yeah,
Nasrid Empire.
yeah. The reason why I knew this is because this is not a proud character. I mean, he was indeed a king, but just like somebody said, his mom called him weak, but that ain't the highlight of his kingship. When Granada was finally taken, the Christians literally made him. I mean, they had options. You could become a Morisco, a converted, and convert to Christianity, or you could leave, be exposed. But they made King Boa literally kiss. The new king made King Boa kiss his feet. So if these are the type of rulers that we like aspire to be, and you know what I'm saying, who lose the whole nation, and then you got to kiss the European Christian feet, and this is history. You could, we could, somebody probably could Google ball done kisses Christian feet or something, and it'll probably come right up. But that's something buried in a lot of history too. But I just wanted to bring that out. That ain't the
Yeah,
type of
and,
kings
and
we
it's
looking for.
and it's interesting. It's I didn't know about that particular event. I don't fault him for that. I don't blame him because most likely if he didn't do it, they would have chopped his head off or sent him to prison for life. So for that, I would not fault him. But here we have several of depictions of him, and anybody can just Bo Abdil is like Lord Abba said, Boabdil. So look at all the depictions.
Oh,
So
you're right. I don't fault him either, brother. I'm just saying when we recall Amenhotep the Third, you feel me? When we recall Ramses, we not recalling instances of that of weakness. So go
yes,
ahead.
yes. And there's that video. I don't know if I will find it, but it's Bruno Korashidi basically saying that that guy Tariq, uh, like many times the Moors like to say, Gibraltar was named after Tariq. It's Jebel Al Tariq, the mountain of Tariq. That guy, apparently that guy, and I think that guy might have been black, but he was publicly humiliated, and Bruno Rashidi said that he was treated as a second class citizen. So the so-called Moors who conquered and ruled Europe were second-class citizens, but they acted like they were the man. But I'm going to look to see if I can find a video from Bruno Rashidi.
Oh yeah, we could talk about that. He was sent to. That wasn't his idea to go take over Spain. He was sent by General Musa, and he did so good when he went into the Anatolian. I mean, when he went into the Iberian Peninsula, that Musa got jealous and stripped Tariq of all the booty. So everything that they got from fighting their wars, when they got back, the Arab was mad, like what, and took all his stuff. I pause because I'm brushing my teeth, so I probably should wait for a minute. Did you go on mute? Are you on mute? Because I can't hear you.
Yeah, thank you. I was on mute. Sorry. Did you say you have to go and do something quickly?
No, I'm brushing my teeth, so I'm going on
Oh,
mute for a
okay.
minute.
All right. Okay, no problem. So here, brothers and sisters, well, actually, I'm gonna get sent to jail. I'm gonna be back, and I'm gonna play not only Runoko Rashidi but other people talking about the Moors, so we can get some clarity about that. In the meantime, I will play that excerpt that I like, but I will be back in just a few minutes. It won't be long. We have 21 people online. Welcome to y'all, and get ready to have some things said about the Moors that you probably never heard of, and which doesn't match at all with what the Moorish Science Temple of America members and all other non-temple Moors, fez-wearing Moors, have been saying and claiming for all these years. And that includes Taj Tariq Bey, that includes Sabia Bey. I don't have anything against them personally. I never had any beef or situation with them. Actually, I never even spoken with them or communicated with them. But so I will be back in a few. I'm saying not everybody has to be Kemetic. It's a matter of choice.
Hey, I want to jump in right here.
Yeah, feel free, brother.
Okay, I want to jump in and just say something about you, Shaka, that I noticed. And I'm quite sure everybody else noticed it too. The way that they kind of bounce off of you. That's a good way to put it. Almost kind of shy away. Want to keep you quiet to a certain degree, especially after you told me about. Well, not just me, all of us. Of listening to you, how maybe they had you in the back, waiting for 40 minutes before you can make a comment, putting you off certain people's stages where they have their show, putting you off 2 and 3 times. I heard that said. That tells me something about an individual, and that'll make me take notice of them anyway and examine them to see what is it about them that they don't want to be bothered with. There's some stuff went on last night on Smash Show. And it's the dude called Waza. I'm quite sure they know him better than me, but Waza, he's kind of a comical fella, and but he got some smarts to him, but he don't know when to make his comment and then step back and wait, and just listen some for a while. He wants to get in there and just rough and tough it out. And don't want to listen to somebody else. And that I'm not saying you that way now, but I was just looking at Waza last night, and they had to put him in the back or just put him off the show or whatever, because he just.
Oh, everybody left. Okay. Before I go on and play the stuff about the Moors, I want to play that stuff which is less than 1 minute long.
One thing Smash said, after Shaka had left, he said, Reggie, now Shaka gonna go back and he gonna look at things and he gonna come back. He gonna have something to say about this. And
exactly.
I was thinking the same thing. And
me too. He said what he did. Now I'm gonna tell you what he did, Brother James. He asked Chief X a question. He just wanted to get him on record. He said, "All right, brothers, I'm gone. Y'all have a nice day." He said that. I said, "Already, he got all he need. He finna go do it.
Finna do his homework and come back.
Go do right back in just a minute. Just give me a minute. I get y'all when I get out of work, brother. Y'all have a great day."
All right. So, I almost didn't share the video. We have 19 people online right now. I'm going to share the link to this video. It's entitled "More Just Means Black." And, not so many video flags, man. Flag me even in Daily Motion, man. Some of you don't know Daily Motion, but it's a platform just like YouTube. So here you have it in the chat. We have 20 people now online. All right. And for those who wonder about it's a good thing actually somebody asked me a question about the chat. In order to participate in the chat, you need to be a member, and you do have the link if you are interested. It's $3 a month, which is I think $36 a year. And I don't have any personal information. It is YouTube/Google that runs that. I'm sorry, that thing. So you don't have to worry about me knowing your address or phone number or anything like that, or even email address. All I have is the username. That's all. I don't know anything else. I'm not in charge of the money, and people can just cancel anytime. If, for example, it's early December now. If someone decides to cancel his membership now, it will still be valid until the end, or actually until the 11th of January, you know. But anyway, that being said, so people know. So one brother was asking me about that. So more just means black. Let's see. I had to look for some videos though.
Greetings.
As a matter of fact, I'll put it on mute and make sure that I can play it. Because as I did that live stream, I realized that some of the videos were actually removed. So okay, so I always get I know the former name, which was Booker T. Coleman. He goes by another name, starts with Kaba, and I will. So Kaba Kameni. Uh, Maybe the name is a bit longer, isn't it? Yes, it's Kaba Hiawatha Kameni. All right. Is that his Instagram? No, it's not his Instagram. And for those who wonder, actually, I was looking up his name. You have it in the chat. Kaba Hiawatha Kameni. He was known as Booker T. Coleman. He says doctor here. I don't know his credentials. I don't know, but that video where I told you he said Saddam Hussein was an African man. And I told you that he was like dressed in yellow. He actually had a yellow shirt and a yellow, I don't know, scarf. So that's the video here. It's available on YouTube. I think if you type Booker T. Coleman, and then, well, actually, I'm going to look for it now. It's surely on YouTube. So if I type in Moors and I'll type it Booker T. Coleman, there it is. I'm going to share it. The history and science of the Moors. It's in that lecture that at one point he says Saddam Hussein was an African man. I don't have anything against Dr. Booker T. Coleman. I think it was just a mistake. You know, nobody's perfect. I made mistakes before. So you have it. Now, back to the statements regarding the Moors. Those fictional black rulers of Europe. Those fictional black civilizers of Europe. Let me share. I'll put the sound. I'm going to mute my mic. And those clips are going to be very short.
Black, like Negro, Ethiopian.
Wasn't up to the top, so listen to it.
Moor means black, like Negro, Ethiopian. Moor means black. Moor is not a people. Moor is a color.
Damn, I was muted. So, Kaba Kameni, Booker T. Coleman said Moor means black. And I think that was taken from the Hidden Colors series. I think it was Hidden Colors 1. But anyway, he said on tape, on record, Moor means black. All right? He's very well respected in the conscious community and beyond. And he said Moor means black. And the Moors usually say Moor doesn't, we are not black. And they will surely not go around saying that Moor means black. Now, there's an article, and maybe I'm quoting it from the Golden Age of the Moors, where Runoko Rashidi says the same thing, that, you know, the Moros, the Greek Moros, and the other term, probably the Latin term, means the same thing. And he said, Moor is not a people, it's a color. But you have those Moorish guys who try to tell you that, the Moors are people who did this and did that. No, it's just a color. So at some point, Moor was a term to designate black people, you know. But the term Moor goes all the way back to the 4th century. So this conquest of Europe, that's just way later. And nobody will be able to demonstrate that from the 4th century when they describe this tribe was constantly in history keeping this Moorish identity until they allegedly conquered Europe and civilized Europe. But anyway, there's some other excerpt that I want you to hear. So
you heard it.
What is your real name?
He said more means
People.
This other gentleman you will hear is called Umar Shabazz Bey. You can look it up if you want. Listen to what he says.
Umar Shabazz Bey.
And when the people were called Moors, okay? Moors. Today they say the word Moor, they spell it with 2 O's, Moor. It comes from the Latin word Moor, M-A-U-R-O, Maro. Maro. Moor simply means black people.
Umar Shabazz Bey say it simply means black people. And many of you actually, because it's been a while now, I've been doing this for 18 years. So many of you, and Sanada has documented that greatly. We had so many Moors on this channel who used to insist we are not black. Black means scorch. Oh my goodness. You missed that era. You missed that era, brothers and sisters. Now, next is going to be Runoko Rashidi. There it is.
Now, the first time we hear about a people called the Moors, as far as I know, based on my limited research, is around the 4th century BCE. More or less about that period of time. And they are mentioned as a people in North Africa. And I think generally the term is not Moor, but it's the term of which Moor is a derivative of, and that term would be Maros or Maru. I'm probably not pronouncing it correctly, but you spell it, Maru would be spelled M-A-U-R-E. And I think Maros is M-A-U-R-O-S, and that term means scorched. And this applies to a particular group of people in Northwest Africa.
So he said it. That term means scorch. Our professor.
And some of you haven't heard it, but many Moors, first-born Moors, say we're not black. Black means scorch. Even one of them made the gesture towards a wall. He said, "This is black." He was going like that against the wall with his hand. I hope I found the one where it talks about Tariq and him being treated as a second-class citizen, but let's see what the video holds.
Professor James Moore saying that Moor means black also, but the video is no longer available. This one is my favorite. My favorite. Runoko Rashidi explaining how Moors were second class to Arabs.
Now, once the initial Moorish conquest had been achieved, you have a movement of so-called Arabs into Spain, led by Musa. And once again, Musa is the head. I'm going to pick it up. Musa is the head of the Arab armies that had ordered the conquest of Northwest Africa. Now, although the Africans had achieved the greatest victories, they were given the least rewards. They were given the worst allotments of land, and they were treated, no doubt about it, in a second-class manner. Tariq himself is reported to have been publicly rebuked and was struck by a whip by Musa.
You heard it. I think it's self-explanatory, and I think it's good for.
I had to plug my mic because the battery was a critical mode. But I'm sure you heard that he said they were treated as like second-class citizens. Now, I don't know if the next one will be. Oh, okay, it should be on my website. So I'm going to I'm going to see if I can find it so I can read the quote from the Golden Age of the Moors, and then I will be able to wrap this up. So let me see if I can find it. I will have to type more. I thought that I updated that page. Strange. Where did I get the video from then? Bear with me. I don't find it, it's okay, but I want to see if I can find it. So, okay, so that was before they removed my videos. I don't think I will have the quote from the Golden Age of the Moor, because I don't recall which page it was. Let me see. I'll still go and look for it. I'll still go and look for it just briefly. I won't spend much time. So, computer's playing up. Okay. And can I search? Oh, can I search? Dang. Okay. Runoko Rashidi's contribution. Runoko Rashidi. I must have missed it. So, Ivan versus my first. Okay, the Muslim Antiquity, page 27. James E. Bronson and Runoko Rashidi. So I'm going to go to page 27. Okay, I don't think I can put it in one page only. So let's go. Let me share the screen. All right, so you can see The Moors in Antiquity by James E. Bronson and Runoko Rashidi. I don't know if that is large enough. Hold on. Okay, that should be okay. Let me verify. Yeah, that's large enough. So, according to the Oxford English Dictionary, the Moors, as early as the Middle Ages and as late as the 17th century, were commonly supposed to be black or very swarthy, and hence the word is often used for Negro. There is considerable difficulty, however, in determining the ethnicity of the early Moors through terminology alone. Indeed, there are several terms that have been used to identify the Moors. Arabic texts, for example, rarely use the word Moor, but instead apply the term Berber, a word thought by some to be pejorative to the early non-Arab peoples of northwest Africa. And when not employing that term, they utilize the clan names of the Berbers themselves. In addition, early Christian sources often apply the term Saracen um, indiscriminately to Muslim populations in general, including the Moors. The term Moor, although scholars generally agree that the word Moor is derived from Mauri, Mauri, there are profound disagreements on what the word originally meant and how it was applied. Philip K. Hitti contends that the term Moor has a geographic designation meaning Western. Hitti, the author of the Comprehensive History of the Arabs, writes that the Romans called Western Africa Mauritania and its inhabitants Mori, presumably of Phoenician origin, meaning Western. Hence, Spanish Moro and the English Moor, the Berbers, therefore, were the Moors proper, but the term was conventionally applied to all Muslims of Spain and northwestern Africa, and that is very important. The term Moor was used conventionally for all Muslims, and Muslims are obviously Muslims, of Spain and northwestern Africa. Using Greek and Roman sources, Frank M. Snowden has pointed out that the Maori, a northwest African people whose color received frequent notice, were described as Nigri, meaning black, and Adusti, meaning scorched. The Roman dramatist Platus maintained that the Latin word morus was a synonym for, now I don't know if I should pronounce it as Niger, but it's spelled Niger. In contrasting the Moors of the 6th century with another racial group in North Africa, Procopius wrote that they were not black skinned like the Moors. Isidore, a Catholic scholar and the Archbishop of Seville, wrote that the word morus meant black. Now, I think I can stop there. See, this is the two guys playing chess, the one that I like to show you. But even here, I don't know if I can turn it. But you have some soldiers and you have a few black ones and the other are white skinned. But anyway, and even here on this depiction here, I don't know if you can see it well. What does the legend say? Figure 4, Muslim expedition at sea. Note black Moor in center. From the Contigas, date 1254. So here you basically have one black dude. So why are the others not Moors? Why is he rowing? Aren't they supposed to be rulers? The others are not rowing. The other has a different have a different kind of hairdress. You know what I'm saying? Headdress, headgear. They are not rowing. So who looks like he's running who? But I stop there. Now, it's been a very long live stream. It's been so far 4 hours and 52 minutes. So with the outro, it will probably reach 5 hours. But thank you for all those who called in, all those who participated in the chat, all those who have hit that like button. I did not check or verify how many likes were shared. I'm going to say stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue. I say it's facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Hotel.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving middle nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is, that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody is interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neture classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class, and all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Neture class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.